What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, December 29th, 2025. And the Buck and I are back after the long holiday weekend, and we are live for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we'll talk about everything we missed from the 5-day weekend, including the latest transfer news for the Texas Longhorns. Trey Wisner is out. What does his departure mean for the future of the running back room at the University of Texas? We're also 2 days away from kickoff of the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. We've got some sound from Kyle Flood and a couple of Longhorn players as well, leading up to that matchup on the 31st. We will recap Week 17 in the NFL. The Houston Texans clinching a playoff spot. Some crazy action all weekend long and last night as well. We've got plenty of football to get into, including Michigan hiring a new head coach and a couple of fun stories to dive into as well. Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas. Hope everyone is having a fantastic holiday season. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. Good to see you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, man. How about yourself? It is kind of cool out. No, it's cold out. It's not cool out anymore. It's cold out. It will be for the next 2 days, and then we'll be right back where we belong, back to the 70s. Well, we belong in the 90s. That's where we belong, but we'll get to the 70s and enjoy every bit of that after the 2 days. But 2 early mornings will be cool. It feels like it's around in the 20s this morning. Lots of wind out there. Lots of wind last night, but it says 40, doesn't it?
It says 45, feels like 31 at the moment.
Yeah, so it's 31.
Let me ask you this. You have told us for weeks that you are going to let us know when it's winter here in Austin, Texas. So I'm asking you right now, with the temps being what they are right now, can we officially call this winter here in Texas?
No, not the next 2 days. Not when it pops back to the 70s here on Wednesday, New Year's Eve, and also the New Year as you're getting in the 70s, and some parts will hit even into the 80s. The next one will be the one. The next cool front that we have, or cold front, not cool front, but cold front, I will call winter. But we're not really at winter yet. You're gonna like the next 2 days. Some people like the mornings, and still, you're still gonna get up into the 50s and 60s. But the 70s is a beautiful thing, BK.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I mean, it was pretty weird going through Christmas with temperatures near the 80s.
Oh, the humidity was awful.
And I keep checking the calendar and checking the weather, and it doesn't really make sense that we're getting these temps at this time of the year. But hey, we'll take it. We will take it. And you look around the country, a lot of places getting snowstorms right now, and we got temps in the 70s and 80s. So I'd much rather be here than be there. That's for sure.
Yeah, my family back on the East Coast got some snow and got some cold and snow along with it. And I said to them, well, where do you think you are? Texas? Of course you're going to get that. That's what you deserve. That's why you're still there.
Yeah.
You love that weather.
That's why we live here, and that's why y'all live there.
That's absolutely right, man. I don't like it. It's okay for a couple days to put a sweater on or a jacket, and a hoodie, but I don't want it to be any more than about 3 or 4 days of it. After that, it's a pain in the ass. Then it's hard for me to get cranking then, you know what I'm saying? I get outside and even do some of my yard work. I'd rather just be in a hot sweat than to have to get warm and sweat and then get cold again. No thanks.
Yeah,
my body doesn't like all those different little things. And for everybody, I hope you had a happy holiday. I hope you had a great holiday being with your families and friends, BK. I'm sure it was great for you. I know you had to do a lot of traveling around. You had to fight the folks that are on their way back from places like Dallas and Houston. And please, everybody, be safe driving and getting back over the next couple of days. A lot of folks won't be back until after the holiday, and that's cool too. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it during the holiday season, any other season, and to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And I told you before the show, I'll be catching a flight this afternoon. I'll be working the rest of the week. Just we'll be on remote location, at least for the next couple of days.
Nice.
Headed to Columbus, Ohio. And I just checked the weather up there. Feels like 6 degrees right now.
Oh.
A New Year's Eve wedding in Columbus, Ohio.
Those aren't friends. Those are foes that do that to you. What are you going to Buckeye land and they're trying to kidnap you?
Well, funny enough, it is in Buckeye land, and most of the family of the people getting married are Buckeye fans. And the wedding itself is December 31st at 7:30 Eastern time. The Cotton Bowl between Ohio State and Miami is December 31st at 7:30 Eastern time.
Wow, lots of phones out there.
Oh, my God. I'm worried the groom during his vows isn't going to be reading his vows. He's going to be watching his phone to check out what's happening at Jerry World on Wednesday. So, yeah, not real happy that the New Year's wedding is a controversial bit. A lot of people don't think it's a good idea to get married on New Year's. I think it's an even worse idea to do that while your team's playing in the college football playoff and also force everyone to travel to Columbus, Ohio on New Year's. But I got to stop talking because it's a member of my girlfriend's family. So I better.
Well, and once again, as I say, those are the most important days of people's lives. And sometimes you can, the schedule is what the schedule is. You can't get you don't want to be paying a heavy price. And these days, if you don't get the right date, and you try to pick it for 2 more weeks after that, that could cost you thousands of dollars. So, suck it up and get it done.
Yeah, that's the price you pay. I mean, it's an Ohio State fan. They're usually this deep into the college football playoffs, so they had to know there was at least a chance that their team would be involved in this game. But for me, I don't care about Ohio State. Like, I'm a little bummed I won't get to watch this entire game because it's a college football playoff game and the season's almost over, and that sucks. But I'm more bummed that it's going to feels like 6 degrees where I am on New Year's.
Yeah, that's the one right there.
That's not where I want to be. That's the selfish part. It's not, you're causing people to miss a playoff game. It's you're forcing people to go to Columbus, Ohio, an extremely cold place at an extremely cold time of the year.
Yeah, you're going to, and you probably don't have a winter jacket. You're going with a sports coat thinking, that's all right. Everything's going to be indoors. You got to come up with something big.
Yeah, I have like 40 layers worth of clothes packed, but I don't have like an overcoat.
Yeah, that's right? The one.
Like I bought a nice jacket, like a nice winter jacket that I can wear around when I'm going outside, but I can't wear it with the tuxedo I'll be wearing at the wedding. So it's inside, thankfully, but obviously walking around outside will be a struggle for me. I'm not used to that.
I don't think taking pictures in the Rose Garden will work at that time of the year there anyway.
They got roses up there at this time?
They have nothing up there at this time. They have nothing but snow and bad-looking roads.
Take a picture in the icicle garden or something. Yeah. That's what I'll be doing this week. So, I'll be a little envious of you and everybody else down here. I know it's cold today, but obviously temperatures warming up the next couple of days. I will not get that. So y'all enjoy it down here. All right. So much to dive into from the long holiday weekend. Plenty of Texas football to get to. Obviously, the biggest story from our little hiatus was what happened on Friday morning. News dropped. It was a not so merry post-Christmas nugget Friday morning that Texas running back Trey Wisner is planning to enter the transfer portal. Still not officially open. January 2nd is when the portal opens up. That is this Friday. So we'll start to get news about where people are going at the end of this week. But obviously we've seen since the conclusion of the regular season, a bunch of different players from around the country hit the portal. We had seen some big departures with DeAndre Moore and Leon Galafau, but Buck, without question, the biggest exodus right now is Trey Wisner. A bit of a shocker for, I think, everybody that Wisner will no longer be a Texas Longhorn. Your thoughts?
Well, there are 3 possible reasons to me. One is because I wrote down what and why. For Trey Wisner, a 2-year starter at Texas, 1,000-yard rushing season, and a not so prosperous year last year, just made me think. One of the first reason, it's got to be for the money. It's got to be about money. Second reason is he thinks the offensive line stinks. And the third reason is they may have already told him they've got a running back that he's going to have to compete with anyway. And if he doesn't want to compete, goodbye anyway. See you later. Been a 2-year starter, so you don't think you can keep your job as a 2-year starter and a 1,000-yard rusher. You need to get the hell out anyway. So bye to that. The money thing is, it's now the college football sort of is about the money with certain individuals. That's fine. You're not worth $1 million. If you're asking for $1 million, you're not worth it. You're not that good, because like you may be thinking, the offensive line ain't that good either. In order to give you $1 million that you're going to do something with, and the other one is, to me, is the offensive line play. That has to be in his mind. It's got to be. So he's already either got something place in mind that has a decent offensive line. Thus, when you say the Aggies possibly, that he's going there, but I think the first thing is money, because that's all. I mean, you're a 2-year starter. You're at a place, you know the system, you understand the run game. If you think the offensive line just sucks, then okay. If he said, I don't think the offensive line is good here, I would say, okay, I understand. Bye. That's fine. But if it's totally straight up about money and straight up, and the new running back coach, maybe he has already told him, maybe they've had a discussion that, yeah, I may get the kid from Florida. That kid's name's not in there yet, is it?
No.
So and if he doesn't want to compete, I don't really want the dude anyway. If that guy who's competed for 2 years and he's had these scrubs that he's been around here doesn't think he can keep his job, then I don't want him. So maybe it is all about money.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the offensive line. I don't think it has anything to do with competing for playing time. I think it's a combination of those other two things you brought up. The biggest one is money. There's no doubt. I mean, that felt obvious right when the news dropped, and then more and more has come out since Friday morning that has indicated that this was a bit of a stalemate when it came to negotiations for what Trey Wisner's contract was going to look like in 2026. And also the other part of this is not really the competition aspect, but Texas is in the market for a transfer portal running back.
Sure.
And they're going to pay that guy a lot of money to come to Texas and hopefully solve some of the problems that the Longhorns had with their running game in 2025. And Trey Wisner and Trey Wisner's camp, they're hearing some of the dollar amounts that are being reported and thrown around right now about what Texas would be willing to pay somebody else who's never played a snap at the University of Texas. And he's thinking, and his camp is thinking, well, I've been the leading rusher here the last couple of years. I've invested a lot in this program. I would like to get paid a good amount of money for what I've done in the past. And I just think it was a difference in opinion of what the player was worth. Like Trey Wisner and his side felt like they were worth one thing. The University of Texas felt like Trey Wisner was worth another thing, and they couldn't come to an agreement. And ultimately, that is why Wisner will be playing his college football elsewhere next season.
I'll be very careful, because I don't want to get out that I said that, get along, little doggy, but it's not over yet either. I mean, that kid could say he's in the portal. Could he not then say, I'm coming back to Texas? I mean, I think you have to be careful that, somebody, he may, his family may say, no, you've been a 2-year starter. Go back there. You're making up. You're getting enough money. You know the system. You know that. You walk into some other place. I don't know. If you don't, I mean, what are you going to offer that guy? I mean, that guy's not worth $1 million. The guy's not that good. I mean, he's okay, but he's not that good. He's not, I don't consider him one of the top running backs I may consider him one of the top backs that may be in the portal, but not $1 million worth. I paid that dude $1 million.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. And, in Texas's case, you want, I think just about everybody wants the Longhorns to upgrade at running back.
Yes.
You're going to be paying somebody else that you get out of the portal, a likely 7 figures to come to Texas. You can't be paying, I mean, you can, but it doesn't make sense to be paying 2 running backs 7 figures. And it makes sense to be paying a backup, which, look, Trey Wisner was going to play if he came back next year, but he was going to be more of a complimentary back. At least that was the best case scenario for Texas. So it just doesn't make sense to pay kind of a role player that much money to stick around. That's what this was. So, yeah, hypothetically, I mean, Trey Wisner can't even officially enter the portal until January 2nd. So hypothetically, he's not even in there.
Right.
And hypothetically, he could come back. But I think the only way that Trey Wisner is a Texas Longhorn this year is if the Longhorns strike out on all of their top portal running back targets.
Yeah, they can't just take anybody. That's the thing.
Right.
They're in a huge bind here because obviously whoever was the running back coach didn't do anything with the other dudes to make them any good last year. They're not just going to step onto the field and all of a sudden become unbelievable running backs. We didn't see a thing from them this year. They never got a chance to get in. So how did they get that good over a month?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a big issue for Texas. I mean, they've had 4 running backs hit the portal, Buck. Like Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter, Jarrett Gibson, Ricky Stewart. That's 4 running backs who are leaving.
And I knew eventually that thing was going to come to it. That thing was going to pop. That bubble. You start grabbing these guys. They're 5 stars from the state of Florida. They're 4 stars here. They all can't. They won't stay. Those guys want the ball.
Right, they do.
And they want the money.
And look, a couple of them, all right, it's no surprise that they left, and you understand why. But, Trey Wisner's the one that makes you scratch your head and really raises your eyebrows a little bit, considering everything that he's done around here the last couple of years.
I just know that if I know the running system here, and I've had 1,000 yards, and, I'm looking at it that the offensive line play wasn't that great, and I would expect it would be upgraded. I'm not going to leave a place that I know what the run game is. That's kind of goofy unless it's straight out cash, homie.
Yeah, it is. You got to put that in your head, Buck. It's a new era of college football where so much of this is getting as much money as you possibly can. And look, you're talking about Trey Wisner being not very good. It sounds like you don't think Trey Wisner has a very long future in the NFL, right?
No, he'll be a journeyman. He'll be running scout team. He may come up. They may call him up if 2 guys get hurt. It was almost like Jaden Blue. You needed another year to really hone in on some skills that really would help you. This guy seems to me like this is the place where he knows what they're doing offensively. Yeah, no, in other words, no, BK, I don't. I just think he's an okay guy.
Okay, so I'm with you. I don't think Trey Wisner is a longtime NFL running back, meaning I don't think he's going to make a ton of money playing football for a heck of a lot longer. So I think he realizes that, yeah, once my college career is over, I'm not going to have a lot of financial opportunities in this sport. So I'm going to try to make as much money as I possibly can while I still have college eligibility in this era of NIL, because after next year, who knows what my future holds. So he wants a lot of money. Texas isn't going to give it to him. All right, he wants to go get that money elsewhere. There are so many cases happening around college.
I'd be interested to see if he can get that elsewhere, even to what he may have been getting here already,
Yeah, I think he'll get more. I don't know if he'll get $1 million on the open market, but I do think somebody is going to view Trey Wisner as a number 1 running back out there, and they are going to offer him a lot of money to go play there. But you're right. I mean, there's obviously some risk involved. Maybe Trey Wisner doesn't get what he's looking for in the open market, but I mean, that's what this is. This is about money. There were reports. I don't think anybody ever confirmed these, but there were reports a couple of weeks ago that we talked about on this show that said Texas was ready to offer Jaden Ball $1.5 million if he hit the portal. Again, no, those were never really corroborated, but those were out there. So I'm sure Trey Wisner's camp saw that and is like, you're willing to offer that guy that much money?
Yes.
What about me? What
about
me?
You?
Everything that I've done here the last 2 years. I've done a lot at Texas. I've been a 1,000-yard rusher at Texas. Like, why can I not get a little closer to that? And again, we haven't heard $1.5 million for Trey Wisner, but we've heard $1 million for Trey Wisner. So he's thinking, all right, I'm pretty close to that level. Why can't I get that kind of money, or at least something closer to that? And again, Texas is making the hard decision here of we don't want to pay you that. We don't think you're good enough to pay you that. And it's a bold move by Texas. It's a bit of a risk. It's a difference in strategy from what the Longhorns have typically done in the portal the last few years. But they are comfortable letting starter caliber players walk with Wisner, with DeAndre Moore, with Leon Galafau. They are comfortable letting those guys go away instead of just doing whatever they need to do to keep them around, because they believe that they can find better players in the transfer portal when it opens up.
The ball move is, what the hell have you done in recruiting? What are these other guys that you brought in? What are your coaches doing? You're talking about guys progressing. What are they doing? Now you got the new running back coach that came from Florida. I mean, that guy's not talking. I mean, and he hardly even knows Trey Wisner. He just met him. So there's nothing he can do. He doesn't have a relationship with him.
But he's not in charge of dishing out the money either.
No.
I don't think this is Jabbar Jalouk came to Austin and pissed Trey Wisner off, and Wisner's like, I don't want to play for this guy. I don't think there's anything he could have done.
Like I said, you don't know him. You don't have a relationship with the kid. There's a lot of sit down and talks and stuff like that. But when you're talking that kind of money,
Yeah, Jabbar Jalouk, who got here 2 weeks ago, doesn't get to say how much money a player's worth.
No.
It's not his decision on whether or not Trey Wisner gets the $1 million that he's looking for. So, again, I just don't think it has anything to do with the running back coach. I don't think it has anything to do with the offensive line. I just think it has everything to do with the almighty dollar.
Well, I think it has something to do with that offensive line.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, because you can go somewhere.
If Trey Wisner got offered $1 million, Buck, he would say, I don't give a shit about the offensive line. My money's coming in. Check clears. I'm good. That's what it is. It's all about the money. It's different now. And look, I'm not going to hate on the player too much. It probably sounds like I'm dunking on Trey Wisner. This is a don't hate the player, hate the game for me. This is what college football is now in 2025. And I'd probably do the same thing. If I was a guy who didn't have a future, like a long guaranteed future playing professionally, I'd be doing whatever I possibly can to get as much money in college sports as I possibly could. And that's what I think Trey Wisner is doing right now. So, sucks for Texas. I would have loved to have Trey Wisner back. And you're losing not only a solid player, but a leader on your offense. You're losing a big-time culture guy on your offense, somebody who's been a big part of that locker room these last couple of years. And with everything that's departing besides him, you were hoping you were going to have Trey Wisner back as one of those leaders who's going to help carry the culture over with all the other changeover from a coaching staff and personnel standpoint. So you're losing a lot, not just a good player, but a locker room guy as well. That sucks. But these are the hard decisions that players have to make, and these are the hard decisions that teams have to make in this era in college football. That's what this is. You don't have
a starting running back at Texas. That is wow.
No, you don't. But if Trey Wisner came back next year, I would still say you don't really have a starting caliber running back at Texas. That's what we were saying all year long. Is like you need to upgrade there. Everyone's been saying that. Texas needs to upgrade there. I didn't think Trey Wisner was a national championship caliber running back. Did you?
No, not at all.
So that's the thing. This is Texas viewing Wisner, DeAndre Moore, Leon Galafau as role players. Right? Role players are important. You have to have them. Every championship team has role players, but you don't pay your role players like star players. These guys are looking to get paid like star players. Texas is saying, we're not going to, we don't have infinite money. We'd love to keep you around, but we're not going to pay our number 3 receiver, our number 2 running back, our number 2 or 3 linebacker, number 1 caliber money. And that's how this is happening right now.
Yeah, that's a scary maneuver for him too. If he doesn't get the kind of money he thinks he's getting, and he ends up somewhere where he rushes for another 500 yards.
Yeah, it's a risk. Of course, there's some risk involved because he's got to go learn a new system, right? And he might have to go compete for a job somewhere else. And odds are, look, maybe he goes to a place that's as good as Texas in 2026, but there's a chance he goes to a place that's not as good as Texas in 2026. They could have offensive line problems. They could have
quarterback problems.
Exactly. So there's definite risk involved for Trey Wisner, who, again, I'm talking about him not having a super long NFL career. I think he wants to be an NFL player.
Well, they all want to be NFL. Yeah. And he wants to have a, 5 or 6, 7 year career as a running back in the NFL.
So he's taking a chance, going to a totally new school, learning a totally new system from a new coach for his last year of college eligibility. There's some definite risk involved for him. And there's some risk involved with Texas too. We've talked a lot about the Longhorns being all in on 2026. And some people might look at the Trey Wisner news and the DeAndre Moore news and the Leon Galafau news and wonder, how is Texas all in? How can you say they're all in if they're letting these key guys walk? I think Texas is risking it to get the biscuit. They're not going with the safe route. The safe route would be, all right, well, these are solid players. We know what they're about. We're going to pay whatever we need to do to keep them around. That's not what Texas is doing. They're saying, you know what? We think we can do better than you guys. We are going to bring in these new guys and hope the combination of our current guys with what we bring out of the portal is going to elevate our ceiling more than what it would have been if we just retained.
But it changes college football teams every year. So it's not like it doesn't happen. Like, no, you're just taking a chance. No, that's what college football does now. That's what you have to do.
That's like the NFL. I mean, NFL GMs do this every year.
Yes.
There is constant roster churn in the NFL where you will let guys walk or you will trade guys who have been key contributors to your roster, but you just don't think the value lines up. They want more money. They want a new contract. You don't think they're worth it. You let them go and you try to find somebody on a better deal who's going to get you more bang for your buck.
Oh, there are some backups that are making decent money at places too. So there are certain positions you just got to have a guy, whether he's an average Joe, but he's got to be able to do something for your system. They don't have an average Joe right now. They don't. I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, they need 2 running backs probably from the portal now.
I mean, if you're all in and you're talking about Arch Manning and this being the year that you're all in, well, you're going to have to pay something to be all in here.
Yeah, well, that was the plan. Again, I mean, Texas wanted Trey Wisner back, but they wanted him back at a certain number, which would have been, like you said, a good amount for a backup. It's not like Trey Wisner, they would have said, hey, man, we're not going to pay you anything. Just be happy that you're here. No, they were going to pay him a good amount of money.
They're going to let him know that he's going to have to compete with somebody. That's all.
Yeah, of course. And they were going to tell him that we're not giving you number 1 running back money because we just don't view you as that. We're bringing somebody else in and we're bringing a bunch of other guys in that we've got to pay. And that's what it came down to. Just a financial disagreement.
And once again, we're talking about the kid from Florida, but there's others out there. So, you know, there are other players out there at this position that will be leaving their school. So,
right.
You better hope you get the right one. You better hope that your coaches mesh with that guy and your offense meshes with what that guy's capable of doing.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, the Longhorns have to get the run game turned around. It's simple as that. They had their worst rushing offense in 81 years in 2025. You know, some of it's on the coach, some of it's on the offensive line, some of it's on the running backs, but whoever you want to put the blame on, it has to be fixed next year. It's amazing this team was able to do as much as it did despite
the run game, yes.
Exactly. I'm not sitting here telling you missing the playoff when your preseason number 1 was a great season. We're all disappointed with how things went, but considering, again, you had your worst rushing offense since World War II, it's impressive that Texas was able to go 9-3.
That dude's liable to be at OU from what I see what they have.
All right. Yeah. I wonder where Trey Wisner ends up.
And what he's done to them.
The Aggie assassin, the Sooner Slayer, the rival Reaper, whatever you want to call him. I mean, it sucks losing Trey Wisner. He was a fan favorite, like 3-star, like the 29th ranked running back in his class. Nobody expected him to do anything. And then he's your leading rusher in back-to-back seasons. Fan favorite, locker room favorite, coaching staff favorite. Sucks to lose a guy like that.
Well, they seem to have a lot of favorites. They're just not here anymore.
Well, again, they don't have unlimited monies, Buck. You said it. You've said it 4 times already. You wouldn't pay Trey Wisner $1 million.
No, they don't have a guy that was here. I wouldn't pay the baby Rhino whatever he was getting. Or now they've waited so long to find out about the limp leg guy who'll be at Florida A&M here shortly. You know, I mean they've got a lot of busts that they pulled in that they thought were pretty good when it all comes down to it now.
Yeah, there's problems with the running back room at Texas. And we'll see. Again, Jaden Ball, the top target for, I think, every Longhorn fan. As of now, he has not entered the portal or announced his intentions to enter the portal. There are some big names out there. Caleb Hawkins, the freshman from North Texas who had a tremendous season for the Mean Green.
Yeah, I saw that.
1,400 yards and 25 touchdowns. Led the country with those 25 rushing touchdowns this year. He had a $198 and 2 scores on Saturday in the Mean Green's win over San Diego State in the New Mexico Bowl. I'm sure some of y'all watched that game over the weekend. You've got the kid Hollywood Smothers. We talked about him last week from NC State. He's a solid player as well. So a couple other guys in the portal as of right now. But look, Texas isn't the only team interested in a running back. Georgia apparently is in the market. Ohio State will be in the market. Notre Dame.
They're in the market every year, Ohio State, for one.
All right, Notre Dame is in the market, losing Jeremiah Love, the Heisman finalist. So it ain't going to be cheap for Texas to bring somebody in. I've maintained this thought from day one, and I'll continue to maintain it. I do believe that if Jaden Ball enters the portal, he will end up at Texas, but Texas won't be the only team that's interested in his services. So it will cost a lot. I think Texas knows that, and I think that's part of the reason why they felt like they couldn't give Trey Wisner what he was looking for.
Yeah, he still may end up here.
Who?
Trey Wisner.
I'd be stunned if that happened. Have we seen that happen under Steve Sarkisian, where a player hits the portal and then comes back?
No.
I don't know if we have. So I don't expect that to go down at this point. And that'd be a failure for Texas, wouldn't it? No disrespect to Trey Wisner, but you let him go looking for an upgrade and you end up calling him.
Dude, you got to have somebody at that position.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a shot in the dark, even if you're after a guy from North Texas. I mean, that's great. Can he run it? Will he be able to run at this level? But you got to take a chance. That's just what the portal is. You're taking a chance on guys, you know?
You ain't going back to your ex. You got to find a new girl here.
Yeah.
You got rid of your ex for a reason. Your ex wanted too much out of you. You don't call her back. Let her go. You got
to find a guy that you feel like this coach will actually give them the ball 20, 25 times a game and say, no, that's what we're going to do. We're going to run. We're going to rely on this dude. This dude is good. We're going to rely on him. He's getting the ball.
Yeah. You're paying a guy that much money. That's what you should expect. I think. All right, we'll take your thoughts. That was obviously the biggest news from a Texas standpoint from the holiday weekend. Plenty more to get into surrounding the Longhorns. Jelani McDonald announcing that he is returning for the 2026 season. We've got the latest on Trevor Goosby's looming NFL decision. And obviously, we'll talk more about Trey Wisner as well. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. If you want to get involved with the show, you can do that there or hit us up on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. But before we get back into the Longhorns, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, heal and recover, work smarter, sleep, reimagine, and live pain-free with Relax the Back. Folks, my back is feeling fantastic. I've been outside doing a bunch of stuff over the holiday season, and I was thinking, boy, if I don't get this back straightened out, this is going to be a problem. Now that it's gotten cold, that's even more important that I get the support that my back needs, my thoracic back. But if you got lumbar area problems, you got shoulder problems, neck, hips, please go to our Relax the Back friends. They've got everything that you're looking for, whether it's zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, accessories that you need. Please go and rely on those folks at Relax the Back. They will make sure that you feel comfortable each and every day with all the things that they have available for you. They got 2 great locations. One is in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, how about this for a New Year's resolution or a post-Christmas gift, whatever you want to call it, make the call to AV Consultations. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They gave me the home TV setup that I've always wanted. I've got the 4-screen man cave. Bucky's got the giant 85-incher. If you want something like either of what we have, if you want a home theater room with a giant projection screen and the surround sound, AV Consultations can do that as well, indoors or outdoors. No job too big, no job too small. They do TVs. They do surround sound speakers. They do a whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. They can do heated floors in your bathroom. Wouldn't it be nice to have those on a cold morning like this? Audiovisual Consultations can do anything to elevate your home in the new year. All you have to do is give them a call and let Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. You can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
And our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. And now you're going to need that heater to pop back on. Mine jumped back on this morning. You got to make sure that everything's working properly here over the next couple months, because weather here will change, and it will change in a hurry. So if your system's not working properly, calling our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Not only does Woods do heating and air conditioning, folks, they also do plumbing. So trust in the people that do it better than anybody. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, or you can give them a call at 512-842-5066. How about this for a little post-holiday treat?
Cherry vanilla to start the day out.
OLIPOP cherry vanilla. They've got more than 20 different flavors of this stuff to choose from. If you ate like a pig during the holidays, we all ate like pigs during the holidays.
Yes, indeed. The big man did.
This is a way to ensure that you're not drinking like a pig. OLIPOP is the best of both worlds. This is soda. It tastes like soda. We all love the taste of soda. But unlike the sodas that you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics. You've got botanicals. You've got plant fibers. Ingredients that support good digestive health. Not only is OLIPOP not bad for you like other sodas, no, this stuff is actually good for you. You get health benefits when you drink this. You also get taste bud benefits as well. This stuff is popping up all over the world. Pick it up at any grocery store, any convenience store, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Too many people telling me that Trey Wisner, it was about the offensive line here this year. Well, we know that part of it. It's going to be about the offensive line anywhere. Somebody said Jeremiah Love couldn't rush. Jeremiah Love can rush behind your family and rush for 1,000 yards. That dude is good. So don't try not to compare Trey Wisner to Jeremiah Love behind any offensive line. They're two different types of running backs. That guy is Jeremiah Love is in another world compared to Trey Wisner. Yeah. And as I said, with your entire family being the offensive line, he still would rush for 1,000 yards.
My family or your family?
Any of our families.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love's pretty
good. I
good.
would be the center. Yeah.
You would be the center?
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if like prime Walter Payton is running for 1,000.
Come on, man.
Under center.
Please don't put Jeremiah Love and Trey Wisner in the same category.
Yeah, they're not. And I will say this.
Nice 1,000-yard season. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, well, going back to that 1,000-yard season for Trey Wisner, I don't want to dunk on him too much. It's going to sound like sour grapes to some, but Texas, it took Trey Wisner 15 games for Trey Wisner to get 1,000 yards last year. Remember, Texas played in a conference championship, and Texas played in 3 college football playoff games as well. And I think Trey Wisner didn't crack 1,000 until the 14th of those 15 games. And that was behind an offensive line that was a Joe Moore Award finalist in 2024. So, again, Trey Wisner, a good player, solid player. I will miss him. I wish he was coming back. I'm going to get all of that on the record right there. But you can upgrade from Trey Wisner. I don't think Trey Wisner is good enough to be a bell cow running back on a national championship team. And that's what I'm looking for, and that's what Texas is looking for. They would have loved, and I would have loved, and I think most everybody would have loved Trey Wisner to be willing to be a complimentary back on a very good football team. I think he could have been that. That was kind of what he was brought in to do. Remember, he was signed in the same class as C.J. Baxter, who was the #1 running back recruit in America that year. So Trey Wisner was never viewed as the guy who was supposed to be the savior of the Texas running game. I would have loved for him to be a complimentary guy next year, but he's not a true #1 on an elite football team. He's just not that good. He wanted to get paid like that. Texas didn't want to pay him like that.
No, it's just kind of comes down to that. As you said, that's kind of the simple math of what's going on in college football. So, and you're looking for better if you can get it.
That's it. That's what they're looking for. And Texas has money, but they don't have unlimited money. You can't pay Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and Leon Galafau all $1 million or close to $1 million, and also bring in transfers at that price too, plus all of the guys who you already have on your team who are looking for new contracts every year. Like it's just not how it works.
Dude, that particular running back ain't worth $1 million.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Curious if we'll find out what he gets wherever he ends up. But again, these are all rumors. These are all reports, but there's been a lot of folks who have come out and said that $1 million was the number that Trey Wisner's camp was looking for. And yeah, it's hard to argue that he's worth that. So good luck to Trey Wisner. That sucks, though, that he won't be a Longhorn next year. I hope he's out of the SEC. Hope I don't have to watch him run against Texas next year. I don't want to root against that guy. I want to root for him to be successful wherever he ends up.
Absolutely. No.
If he ends up in College Station or Norman, sorry, Trey. All bets are off on that. Don't do that.
I think he's more likely to end up in Norman. They truly need one.
They could use a running back. Yeah, they could. Some good news for Texas. It dropped later in the day on Friday. There's been so many departures that we've been talking about.
How many departures do we have? 12, 13, 14 of them now?
13 as of now. Yep. And that's what Texas had last year for the entirety of the offseason. They lost 13 players via the portal this year. Again, the portal hasn't officially opened yet, and Texas is at 13. And again, the big difference last year, only one starter left, and that was Bert Auburn, who wasn't really the starter at the end of the year. This year, you've lost 3 with Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and Leon Galafau. So the quantity as of now is the same. The overall number is going to end up being higher, you would think, because Texas hasn't played a bowl game yet. But obviously, the quality is much different this year than it was last year. That's college football in 2025-26. Jelani McDonald is not leaving, though. There's the good news. Nice to talk about somebody who will be back in a burnt orange uniform in 2026. Jelani McDonald announced on Friday that he is returning to Texas for his senior season, a guy who contemplated going to the NFL draft, deciding to run it back for one final year in Austin, posted a long statement on social media, and also gave a couple of quotes. Texas is in Orlando. They traveled there on Friday. They practiced there over the weekend, and there was a little media breakout session with some players. And Jelani McDonald was asked about why he decided to come back to Texas for one more year. Here's what the safety had to say about his decision.
Just been, like Moose said, trying to come win and go get a natty. So that's always a part of it. But just, becoming a better man and just a football player, overall, that's the goal of mine, has been, well prepared or, way more prepared than what I would be,
right.
If I, came out this year. So just, thinking about my future.
He's just telling you he's not ready for the NFL.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like he's ready. He wants another year to mature as a player, as a person, so that he's ready when it's time to go. Not everything is about, you may get injured. It's, you just play the game. You go play the game. You've made it a lot of years without getting injured. Mm-hmm. So you're figuring I can get really, really good in order to do what I think is going to be my profession here in the next year. So he wants to be at his best. That's a smart decision and a smart way to look at it.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think Jelani, if he did go pro, he would have been drafted somewhere in the 2026 NFL draft. But if he comes back and has a strong season as one of the leaders on this Texas defense, then I think he's got a chance to be kind of a top 50 draft pick in the NFL. And this isn't really an apples to apples comparison, but I'll make it anyways. I'm going to compare Jelani McDonald to Andrew Makuba here. Makuba obviously transferred in to Texas, only spent 1 year in Austin. There's the big difference between these two case studies. But Makuba could have left and gone pro after his final year at Clemson, and he would have been drafted somewhere. But he decided, all right, I'm going to come to Texas. I'm going to play college football for one more year to try to improve my stock. And sure enough, that's what happened. Ended up being a high second-round pick last year and is having a great rookie season in Philadelphia. So I think that's what Jelani McDonald's I think that's his ceiling, right? Would have been drafted if he left this year, but if he balls out for a really good Texas team next year, then he's got a chance to be a top 50 or 60 pick in the 2027 NFL draft. And I think money's a part of this too. I think Texas, they had to pony up a little bit of cash to keep Jelani McDonald interested in staying. And with all Texas is losing from its defense, especially its secondary, Buck, with Michael Taft and Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo all being gone, it was imperative to make sure that you had Jelani return.
Sure.
So
now, has there been any movement on the coaching staff? Is everybody staying put? Do they have a secondary coach?
No, nothing yet. No hiring to replace Dwayne Aquina. No news on Chris Jackson and his future at Texas. I think at this point, it's safe to say that we won't learn anything until the bowl game is over.
Sure.
Obviously, that game is 2 days from now. So, yeah. Well, I think there are more changes to the staff coming. We know someone's going to be hired to replace Dwayne Aquina, so I guess that's obvious to say. But
I can't see it being the kid that just went to Georgia as the defensive coordinator coming back here as a secondary coach.
Like Gideon?
Yeah, he's on the road to trying to be a head coach. I mean, if you're at that age, you get to be a defensive coordinator, even in the ACC. You know, you can then move on to get yourself a MAC coaching job or something. You want to be a head coach. You don't want to come back and be a position coach. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we haven't heard, right after the change at defensive coordinator and the change at defensive back coach, you heard a lot of people link Blake Gideon to this Texas job. Of course, played under Will Muschamp during Coach Boom's first tenure in Austin. But since then, there hasn't been a lot of.
He made the jump from being a position coach to a coordinator. Not going to jump backwards again.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Now, look, I do think there's a chance Texas would pay its secondary coach more than Georgia Tech pays its defensive coordinator.
Could be.
So if it comes down to money, there's a chance Texas could pay what it needs to pay to bring Blake Gideon back if they want to do so. But you're right. Yeah, from a title standpoint, if Blake Gideon's ultimate goal is to be a head coach, which for the majority of guys in the industry, I think that's what the ultimate goal is, then it probably wouldn't make a ton of sense to come back to Texas. But who knows? Yeah, but haven't heard a whole lot about that opening yet. Travaris Jackson is another guy who's been talked about. He's on Georgia staff. That's a guy who's basically been with Will Muschamp everywhere he's been as a head coach. So we'll see if he is potentially making his way to Austin as well. But yeah, nothing official on the coaching front yet. But Jelani McDonald coming back is big for whoever the new secondary coach is, and big for Will Muschamp too. I mean, he led the Longhorns in tackles this year. Also, 3 interceptions, 3 PBUs, a fumble recovery. I mean, a ball hawk, an aggressive player, a physical player. You're talking about Will Muschamp trying to bring back that culture of physicality, that intensity, that level of edge that his defenses typically play with. Jelani McDonald's the type of guy who can almost be a coach on the field because that's the way he plays anyways. He's a tone setter for you. And again, with everything you're losing on defense, we talked about the secondary guys, but you're losing 3 linebackers. You're losing Ethan Burke up front. There's a lot of faces and leaders on that side of the ball that just won't be back. Making sure Jelani McDonald stuck around, I think, was imperative for Texas. It was a big priority for them, and they did what they needed to do to make it happen.
Yeah, and it just like I said, he sounds like he's coming back for all the right reasons.
Yeah, and he talked about winning a natty. Hopefully he does win a national championship. That'd be great as well. 38 appearances, 16 starts for Jelani McDonald. Again, started every game this season for the Longhorns, and he will be a big part of Coach Boom's defense in year 1. As for Trevor Goosby, Buck, still nothing official from him. Trevor Goosby, another guy who met with the press in Orlando a couple of days ago. Here's Goosby, kind of a 2-part question. He was asked about his motivation for the bowl game coming up on Wednesday, and also a timeline for his NFL decision. Here was the Longhorns left tackle.
For us, it's kind of just sending a message to, college football playoffs and the rest of the nation of, we're a dominant football team, we're a physical football team, and, whether we should have been in or not, that's up to the college football playoffs, but we're just here to send a message and go and dominate this game. As for my decision, I'm just going to go throughout this game, kind of focus on this game right now, and then I'll make a decision after that.
Yeah, he wants to see how he plays against Michigan. If he plays really well, he could be gone.
Yeah, I think he could be gone either way. I mean, Michigan's top 2 edge rushers will not be playing. They've opted out. They're off to the NFL.
So he's about to die. He should be dominating somebody.
So, yeah, that obviously helps Trevor Goosby. That helps the entire Texas offensive line. It should make them look better. But is that a type of game going up against a bunch of backups that the NFL is going to salivate over, or are they going to realize that you're doing this against a bunch of college backups?
Well, he's got a lot of film now.
That's the thing. Like, I just don't know how much Wednesday is going to impact the decision for Trevor Goosby. Like, I think he's put enough good on film to where he'd be a pretty high draft pick if he left.
Yeah, he's a big old dude with good feet. So
yeah, I mean, I know we've referenced this a couple of times, but it's worth bringing up again because it clearly is going to go into Trevor Goosby's decision. Matt Miller, draft expert for ESPN, has Goosby as his 15th ranked player on his big board. not 15.
Yeah. For the NFL, they don't care that you go back or not. They don't care. Oh, I want to go back for another year. They would prefer you to come on out. If you really got the size and the feet that dude has, they're not going to say maybe you need to go back for another year. They're going to go, hell no. There's some teams that need you now.
Yeah. So 15th ranked player overall on Matt Miller's big board. And it looks like Trevor Gooseby is the second highest offensive lineman on that board. Now, that's just one guy's board. That's the highest I've seen for Trevor Gooseby. A lot of mock drafts don't have him going in round 1 right now. So if he did come back to Texas for another year and had a tremendous season and played at an All-American level, then he could guarantee himself as a first-round pick in 2027. But yeah, 6'7", 312 with everything he's put on film. The fact that he's done it in the SEC, that could bode really well. Like if Trevor Gooseby left now, he would be a first or second round pick, I think.
Yeah, they'll make you good there. They don't need you to go back to Kyle Flood to make you any better. I mean, they can help. They feel like they can make you better right now.
Yeah, he'd be a high draft pick. Now for Trevor Gooseby, money's going to be a part of this as well. This is another situation where the Longhorns are going to have to pony up to keep a guy around. I think Trevor Gooseby's worth it. He's one of your best players on your team. He plays an incredibly important position, and you've got one more year of Arch Manning. You don't want to have questions on his blind side at left tackle. So doing whatever you can do to keep Gooseby around is very important. But again, obviously he's got to make the decision as well.
I mean, if he makes the decision, come back, they'll find the money.
Yeah.
He's that important.
So. And for Gooseby, I think Gooseby, and I've heard this too, and it's kind of obvious, he is a guy who wants to have a long career in the NFL. So I think it's a similar conversation to Arch Manning, where it's like, if Arch left now, he probably would have been a first-round pick, maybe a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. But he knows he could use a little bit more development, and he wants to do whatever he possibly can to ensure that he is going to have the most successful NFL career that he can. And both of his uncles were multi-year starters and played 4 years of college football. And obviously it worked out really well for them at the next level. So I think Trevor Gooseby, he is thinking about, okay, what can I do? Yeah, the first contract is great. Getting that NFL money is great. But what can I do to ensure that I'm going to get that second contract in the NFL? Because that's where the money is, that third contract in the NFL. So I think, Trevor Gooseby's thinking, all right, one more year of college football. I've only been a starter for one season in college. It's not like this is Kelvin Banks where he was a starter for all 3 years and then off to the NFL. And Gooseby started a couple of games in 2024, but this was his first full year as a starter here at Texas. So I think he realizes that another year of development might be most beneficial to his long-term career. But again, he'll need to be paid handsomely for that to be believed. So, but I still feel, I've heard for a while that I think Gooseby's leaning towards returning to Austin. So I still feel like that will be the case, but I'll be on pins and needles until he makes that announcement official. Because you got to get a left tackle in the portal, Buck, along with everything else that you need from the portal.
You don't have any money left.
That's now you might need 2 running backs. You need linebacker, receiver, offensive, obviously interior offensive lineman. Probably should have started with that since that's priority number 1. You would like to not need a left tackle because those guys are very expensive, and you feel pretty good with Gooseby and Baker at tackle coming back for 2026.
No doubt, man.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. We'll get back into some Texas football in hour number 2. Some practice notes from Orlando, including who's been running the football for Texas with everybody who's left. We'll also have some sound from Kyle Flood to get into, and we've got some NFL to discuss as well. The Houston Texans are back in the postseason. What a wild weekend of NFL football we just had. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and the Italian food straight from the kitchen of the Ciola family. And, of course, Tony C's has been a part of the Bee Caves area for over 15 years, and folks love that place. Tomorrow is 2 for Tuesday, BK. You can get back on schedule getting 2 pizzas for the price of 1. Of course, Wednesdays, unwind. Wednesdays, half-price bottles of beer. And, folks, Tony C's Pizza still has the chicken pesto pizza for the pizza of the month. Go on by Tony C's with their locations on Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane in Austin, and BK's. Love Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of Bee Cave, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
And speaking of being treated like family, we've been treated like family over at Sue Patrick's. It was great to be there just before the holidays started. They've got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and tons of Texas-themed gifts and items. My Christmas tree was packed with all the little ornaments and stuff from our good friends over at Sue Patrick's. And folks, plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. The New Year's just around the corner, so get that gear that you're going to need for the new year. Get it. And you can get it at Sue Patrick. Any order, $59 or more online, free shipping just to you. And that shipping gets to you directly. It gets there, and it gets there on time. As I said, plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. The jelly cats are available. All you need to do is go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love Centex tickets as well. You're looking for tickets for any sporting event, any concert, any festival, any comedy show, any Broadway show, you name it, only one place you need to go. That is centextickets.com. How about a Christmas Carol at the Zach Theater, Buck?
Now you're talking. Yes, sir.
You in on that show?
I'm in on that show. I love that show.
There you go. That's still going on this week. If you want to get to that, or again, any show, any concert, anything, you want to check out a Texas Stars game, you want to check out an Austin Spurs game, whatever. One place you need to go to get your tickets, that is centextickets.com. And a friendly reminder to use our promo code, Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
I highly recommend a Christmas Carol. You will absolutely love the acting over at the Zach Theater. That's a really cool place. I mean, I've been there a couple times. What a nice place to see, plays. It is. They do a great job there. The singing is great. The acoustics in there are fantastic. So if you can go see a Christmas Carol, I recommend that too. Take the kids.
Which one is a Christmas Carol?
That's the one I think with Ebenezer Scrooge. That's a Christmas Carol, I believe. That dude.
All right, I'm more of a Christmas story guy.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you want the dog and the turkey and the lamp. That's what you want.
Fragile?
Yeah, Fragile. That's what you want.
It's Italian.
I have not seen that, by the way, over the holiday. I have not caught that. But Home Alone, yeah, I've caught that about 10 times.
You've seen it before. You just didn't see it this year?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before, tons before, but I didn't catch it during this holiday season. I haven't seen it on my stations because I've been into the Westerns. I've been deep into the Westerns and, of course, the classic Hallmark channel, of course, during this time, because I always like to know what the ending is. And Hallmark, I know kind of what the ending's going to be like every single time.
You don't like the suspense?
Hell no.
You want to know exactly how every movie you watch ends?
Guy gets girl, girl gets guy. Guy gets the old man's business that's going out of business in the local hometown. He moves there from the big city. It's always good.
Where's the fun in that?
That's great. It's great for the holiday.
That's why we love sports so much, is you can't predict the ending. You never know what's going to happen.
Sports is like house catches on fire. They're out in the cold for the holidays. That's what sports is.
Yeah, unless it's Texas playing Texas A&M, then you know exactly what's going to happen. But
course.
Everything else, you don't know what's going to happen,
That's true. You know what's going to happen. So Trey Wiseman, just come on back, finish out your career at Texas.
That ain't
There's
happening.
no reason for you to leave.
That ain't happening, sir. That ain't happening. There's a lot of green is why he's leaving. A lot of dead
he
presidents.
is not that good, y'all. Go ahead and spend that money. You just waste.
You think he's going to come back after you've been dunking on him all morning, saying he's not that good? He ain't coming back now.
His career here. You know the system. It ain't about me. It's about him and his future.
Right.
That other little dude that ran up there to the Dallas Cowboys, who's been sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
Because he needed another year of maturity. I mean, look at what that's got him.
Well, Trey Wisner's not going pro. That's the big difference here. Jaden Blue went to the NFL, and Trey Wisner is staying in college football, which is the right move for him. But he's just going to cash in somewhere else. Jaden Blue wanted to cash in at the NFL level. I guess he did. He got his first contract. I don't think it was the right move for him to go, but Wisner is going to develop the amateur ranks and be a student athlete for one more year.
Yeah, that's good too. At least he's going to be a student athlete.
Yes. This is all about school, actually. Wisner was not thrilled with his course schedule for this coming semester. And
that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, didn't like the curriculum for spring. So he wanted to go somewhere else.
Dude should be graduated by now, shouldn't he?
3 years. It's possible to graduate in 3 years, I guess. I don't know. I haven't heard anything that Wisner has graduated.
Graduate to that bank.
He is trying to do that, it appears. So he's gone. CJ Baxter's gone. Jared Gibson's been gone since the middle of the year. Ricky Stewart is also gone, one of the freshmen who did not play at all this season.
I mean, that guy just upped and left. I didn't even know. We hardly even knew it. We definitely didn't know him.
Yeah, he apparently had been away from the team like for a while. So it wasn't just like, oh, he wasn't playing. Like he wasn't practicing with Texas down the stretch of the regular.
Yeah, he may have some family stuff going on that we don't know about.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what was going on there. Don't want to speculate, but it's 4 running backs who have entered the transfer portal. Obviously, Texas brought in 2 from the high school ranks who have already signed at Texas, but those guys can't play on Wednesday because they're not students yet. So as of now, Christian Clark is your number 1 running back for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. He has been getting the bulk of the first-team reps since the team got to Orlando on Friday.
Well, and we can't take the coach's word that he's that good because I heard all that during the season that he didn't play in. And when he did play, he didn't do anything.
Right. Yeah, Christian Clark didn't do a whole lot. Obviously coming off of a torn Achilles, which forced him to miss the entirety of his freshman campaign in 2024. But in 2025, 35 carries for 131 yards and 1 touchdown for Christian Clark, who appeared in 5 games this year, 4 of them in the SEC, but only a total of 8 carries in those 4 SEC.
Yeah, they had a lot of faith in that dude.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. He appeared in 7 games this season, 4 in the SEC. The 8 carry number in the SEC is right, but he did play a good chunk in the non-Ohio State non-conference games.
Well, I expect to see the freshman that got into some early games get the bulk of the carries and know what's going on now.
Yeah. Yeah, James Simon, the freshman,
yes,
who, again, played some during the regular season, but not a whole lot. You and I were clamoring for more James Simon down the stretch when the Texas running game was struggling the way that it was. James Simon has not played in a game since Oklahoma. He had 3 carries for 5 yards against the Sooners. That's it. James Simon for the year, 29 carries. His other 26 came against UTEP and Sam Houston. So it's been since, early October 11th, the date of the OU game, that we have seen James Simon appear in an actual game. 5'11", 205-pound freshman from Louisiana. So
I hope to see a lot. We got to see a lot of them now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think those will be your top 2 guys. Michael Terry III is a name that we've touched on here. The 5-star athlete.
He's the big guy, right?
Yeah. 6'3", like 215. Not your stereotypical running back height and weight. Started his Texas career as a wide receiver, but has been practicing a lot at running back. Was practicing a lot at running back in the regular season, even before all of these departures, but he's been working exclusively there since the A&M game. So a lot of Longhorn fans want to see what he could bring to the table. 5-star, you always get excited about that.
Sure.
And then Ryan Niblett has been working exclusively at running back. Obviously a guy who had a lot of offensive snaps and touches this year.
I've seen that.
Some of them at running back. Yeah, I don't think Ryan Niblett will ever be like bell cow running back, but I think he'll get a couple of touches out of the backfield on Wednesday.
Dude's an All-American. Get him in there.
Right. All-American return man. And, Texas will be – most of the offense is going to look like it did against A&M. The only other difference is DeAndre Moore won't be there. But, Ryan Wingo, Emmett Mosley, Parker Livingston, you'll have your other 3 top receivers. Jack Indries will be your tight end. all 5 of your offensive linemen will be there. Like DJ Campbell's not opting out of this game, even though he's going pro. Cole Hudson not opting out of this game. So you'll have your 5 offensive linemen. Obviously, you'll have Arch Manning at quarterback. So the real big difference that you'll have offensively is just your running back room is kind of flipped on its head right now.
That it is.
So opportunity for some young guys. Look, Texas, there's nothing Christian Clark or James Simon can do in this game that's going to prevent Texas from going to get a number 1 running back. But, could one of those guys do enough in this game to prevent Texas from feeling like they need to go get a number 2 running back? Perhaps that's the case. Because, again, the plan was bring in a number 1 and have Trey Wisner as your number 2. That plan's out the window. So now you've got to wonder, is Texas going to look for a backup in the portal, or are they just going to say that, Clark, Simon, Terry, plus the 2 guys we're bringing in, like somebody in that group's going to have to step up. And that's
I got the one that they're bringing in from Florida. You got to see how good he is.
Well, you can't until.
I mean, you'll see him in the spring.
Right. But there's no portal window after the spring anymore. It's only one portal window. So you got to make that decision in January before you're going to get.
Yeah, I got to trust in if you recruited them here, which I can't trust anyway, but because you recruited a couple that aren't here any longer that you thought were going to be with you that aren't here. So you got to hit on one. You got to hit on a couple of those. You can't just be recruiting guys that are 5 stars that don't make it. I mean, how you do that? How the hell are you doing that?
Right.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Yeah, Christian Clark was a 4-star. James Simon, a 3 to 4-star, depending on which site you looked at.
Once again, it's Christian Clark was like Baxter. These guys are coming off not just injuries, but major injuries. I mean, injuries that even if just for them to be on the field the following year, it was amazing. And to be on the field that early was just unbelievable. But they weren't like you said they were going to be. They weren't Barry, it's not you, but others have said, oh, this is not a Barry Sanders looking guy or, Bijan Rod. No, it's not even close.
Yeah, Tashard Choice really hoed us, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, really.
We'll never know.
That guy looked like a one-legged Bijan, maybe.
Right. Yeah, we'll never know because, those comments that Coach Choice made were before the Achilles tear for Christian Clark. So, but he did compare him to Bijan Robinson and say he had Bijan-like traits. So obviously we're like, oh, okay, sweet. We'll take another one of those. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but when they started talking about Cedric Baxter coming back, he's ready to go and he looks fantastic. No, he didn't. His lateral movement wasn't there. He couldn't get out of anybody's way. He was a straight line runner. And I know that you were hoping that it was going to be different and you were impressed by him getting on the field early, but him getting on the field early he didn't have what he had. He didn't have that burst. It wasn't there.
And obviously Baxter's gone, and Texas has that decision to make with Christian Clark. Again, is the number 2 running back. Like, okay, it'll be 2 years removed from that Achilles tear and surgery. Yes. Are you going to trust that, all right, just more time away means that Clark will be closer to the guy that you were bringing in out of high school? Or are you like, nah, that's damaged goods and it's too damaged. We got to bring in a second running back here. Obviously, it's not just Christian Clark. It's, you look at James Simon and everybody else on your team, but that's a decision facing the coaching staff that before last Friday wasn't facing the coaching staff.
Well, I mean, you got to go look for 2. I mean, there are other kids that are at other programs who would just like to come to this program and be a running back. And if you think they're good enough, it's not like you got to pay a bunch of money. They just like to come and play in the SEC.
That's it. That's it. Like,
and they may turn out to be pretty damn good.
You're talking about a role player with a number 2 / complimentary back. You don't pay those guys key player monies.
Those are the guys that want to come here and play at this level.
Right. Yeah, you may have to pay a little bit, but you ain't paying them what Trey Wisner was asking for.
No.
So if you could find a running back with some college experience to serve as your number 2 and be the guy that you were hoping Trey Wisner was going to be, then
I watched the kid from North Texas play. He looks like running back / get out of the backfield guy. He's kind of, what is he, a 180 guy, 190 guy? He wasn't a big back.
6'2", 200.
Yeah, he's kind of tall. He's kind of tall, lean-looking guy. Like I said, he looked like a wide receiver almost.
So he's a big back.
Would take a punt. He's kind of an upright guy. He'd take a little bit of a punishment in the SEC, but he'll learn in a hurry.
Well, I think of Ahmad Hardy, right?
And he had a lot of
Ahmad
carries.
Hardy was
One thing he did is he had a lot of carries, so he could take
a lot of carries. A lot of carries. Yeah. Ahmad Hardy was Missouri's running back this year. 1,649 yards, which was second in the country, and 16 touchdowns, which was top 5 in the country. He was a beast. He was the best player for Mizzou here this year. You know where he played his college football last year, 2024? ULM. He had a great freshman season at Louisiana Monroe, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns. Mizzou took a chance on him. It's like, that's a big step up in class going from the Fun Belt to the SEC.
Sure.
And it worked. So not everybody's going to be Ahmad Hardy. I understand that. Just because that happened once doesn't guarantee that Caleb Hawkins could be that. But I'd look into him. I mean, Jaden Ball is the top choice. There's no doubt because he's already done it in the SEC. But if Ball stays in Florida, nothing you can do about that.
No.
Caleb Hawkins, I think, is the top-rated running back in the portal right now. So that is absolutely a guy that I would take a look at.
Right down the road from you? Hell yeah.
I played at UNT freshman year. I think he's from Oklahoma, funny enough. So we'll see if the Sooners are going to try to get involved with that one. But yeah, it can work. Obviously, you always have questions. Any position, a guy going up from lower level to the SEC. But there is an example of that working in the SEC from last year to this year.
Yeah, by the way, Michigan does have a brand new coach.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, Kyle Whittingham taking over. Obviously, he won't be coaching against Texas on Wednesday.
I smelled that one coming a couple of weeks ago, and I said, what about Whittingham? What about that dude to Michigan? That just sounds like a guy who can really go and stabilize what they're trying to do. I don't know. Hey, but we're looking into everybody's actions here at the athletic department at Michigan. So, we're not. Sure. He's not. They're literally looking for dirt. So, and they will look hard at that. But I think that's a great get for them.
Yeah, I don't.
5 years is about. He may last 3 and say, you know what, I'm not going to make it till 5, or this is not. I still don't have the umph I had at Utah. It's not the same, but. That's a pretty good pickup right there for them.
I think it's an okay hire. I mean, Kyle Whittingham is a very accomplished head coach. If this hiring was happening 10 years ago, I would say it's a very good hire. But we're talking about a guy who's 66 years old. I think his best coaching days are behind him. And I don't know.
Well, they need somebody to stabilize their program. Their athletic program runs around, a team that wasn't long ago played and won a national championship. They need to stabilize that they're an honest, righteous program. And now they've got a guy who's been around it, in the coaching ranks for a long, long time. I don't think that guy's about winning national championship. Although he says he's about, that would be the pinnacle, obviously, for him is in the next 5 years to win one. I don't know if he'll do that, but I think he'll stabilize that program. That'll be another great job for some younger guy to have.
Yeah.
And he'll do a good enough job.
Yeah, I agree with you there in terms of stabilization, in terms of righteousness. Is that another word you used? Like Kyle Whittingham's a good, clean-cut guy who hasn't had any sort of scandals close to what Sharon Moore or Jim Harbaugh had during their time at Michigan. I'm a little surprised that Michigan's doing this. All the cheating has worked so well for them. I figured they would.
Would they just find another cheater?
I was going to say, now they're acting like they actually care about their image. The one time they've been able to win a national championship this century.
They're paying him some good coin too there for the 5 years.
Yeah. No, and look, for Whittingham, I mean, it was interesting, right? He stepped down at Utah, and maybe all of this was in the works behind the scenes.
I think it had to be because, he never said that I'm done coaching.
Right. Yeah. But he said he was stepping down before Sharon Moore got fired.
Right.
And all that stuff came out. Now, again, Michigan had known about the Sharon Moore stuff for months. They just didn't do anything about it. None of us knew about it. So maybe they were already having those back channel conversations with Kyle Whittingham to where it's like, hey, dude, announce that you're stepping down so we can make this all work in the off season. I don't know. But you're right. For the regular season, when it was Whittingham's last year, it just felt like he was going to retire. But as soon as the season ended and he stepped down, it was like, no, I'm not done coaching.
No, they gave you what you call a retirement package for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. He's getting that at Michigan, right?
Yeah.
That's what you mean? Yeah.
So. Yeah, they offered him a retirement package. If you can hang in there for 5 years or more, you don't have to worry about your retirement plans. We got you all straightened out now.
Yeah, Whittingham was the second longest tenured head coach when he left Utah.
And if you need a second or third wife, everything is cool.
Is he a multi-wife guy?
You just can't have that at Michigan right now because we're trying to clean this whole thing up.
Yeah, we're trying to clean this whole thing up. Yeah, I saw that like someone did the research and did the digging, and Kyle Whittingham follows like 5 women on Instagram, and they're all people he's related to. Like when the Sharon Moore stuff came out, everyone looked at his social media and found he was following all these porn stars and actresses and models and all these hot chicks. Yeah, he'd obviously been DMing a bunch of them too, allegedly. Yeah, with Kyle Whittingham
during games.
That guy is seemingly as clean cut as you could possibly be.
Yes.
So yeah, that's from that standpoint, it's a total 180 for Michigan. But yeah, Kyle Whittingham taking over for the Wolverines. Again, he's not going to coach the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. I'm sure he'll be there in Orlando. I'm sure he'll be on the sideline watching his new team, but it will be Biff Poggi, the interim coach, who was named the interim guy right after Sharon Moore lost his gig earlier in the month. He will be coaching for the Wolverines. Again, they don't have their offensive coordinator. That guy is already gone as well. They have a couple of key players opting out. So it's a mess, dude. Texas, a 7.5-point favorite right now. I don't really know how you can handicap this game, to be quite honest with you. Texas obviously has more stability on its coaching staff because they have the head coach, but the Longhorns have lost members of their coaching staff, and they've lost a bunch of players, more players, as a matter of fact, than the Wolverines have. So I don't know. I don't really know what to make of this game. Hopefully Texas wins. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I just need them to be poaching some of those offensive linemen from Michigan.
Yeah. The name
young guys. They got some young guys. And once again, they got some young guys that probably, you're going to get a chance to go against, in that game, but you're going to get, I don't know how that works with the practice tape, but you're going to get game tape of some of those younger players from Michigan, but you're not going to get the daily practice stuff unless you go, and spy on their practices.
Connor Stallions. What's he got going on these days?
You're right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Malachi Lee is the name that is worth bringing up again. He's a signee. He has not played at Michigan or enrolled at Michigan, but he was a part of their 26 class who signed with the Wolverines like a week before Sharon Moore got canned. Texas was the runner-up in his recruitment. So if he's like pissed off that he got lied to, hoodwinked, bamboozled, whatever you want to say, then I think Texas has a very good chance to get him. But look, Whittingham's a good hire. He's regarded as a very good hire, I think. And, I do believe part of the reason why Michigan went to him is they feel like he can keep a lot of those guys around. Guys who would have potentially transferred if they didn't like the hire, maybe they'll consider sticking around because Kyle Whittingham has won as many games as he's won as a college football head coach.
Yeah, I mean, I look at him. I know they say 5 years, but I look at him on an interim basis more than a guy who's going to be around past the 5 year. I mean, if he gets to 5 years, that's great, but he may burn out. If he really had retirement on his mind, even on his mind, you get about 3 years into the Michigan deal, and you're getting the pressure of the Ohio State and some of that, you're liable to say, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to make it to a full 5, or I'll make it a full 5, but you're not going to get very much out of me. They may be looking, as I said, just to stabilize the program, and after about 3 years, find somebody else pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll see. Michigan's got a tough schedule next year. They've got Oklahoma early on. I think they've got Indiana next year. They've got Ohio State, obviously, at the end of the year. That'll be a road game for them. They've got a road game at Oregon next season as well. So, yeah, you talk about a gauntlet. A Big Ten, there's not a ton of great teams in the Big Ten, but obviously it's pretty top-heavy. Ohio State and Oregon or in Indiana, they're awesome. They're all still in the college football playoff. You got to play all 3 of those teams, plus Oklahoma in the non-con. Good luck, Kyle Whittingham, with that year 1 schedule.
BK, my early thoughts on Oregon, Texas Tech is I like Texas Tech to beat Oregon.
Okay.
You like that? I mean, you don't think that would be a big surprise, would it?
No, I think it's like a 1 to 2 point line. So
okay.
I think I think a lot of people are leaning Texas Tech in that one. We're going to need your Gold Star. Are you out tomorrow? Should have asked you before the show.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to need your Gold Star locks for the playoff today. You only had one Gold Star lock over the long weekend, and you missed it. It was Louisville in their bowl game against
They did
Toledo.
win the game.
They did win by 5. They were 8.5-point favorites.
Why? I just said before we even thought about that, why did I should never bet on Louisville. Forget about them.
Yeah, I don't know. You bet on them. You were talking trash about the MAC. They were playing Toledo, and the MAC got you back. Return of the MAC. Mark Morrison.
There's got to be some more of those MAC bowl games coming up too.
You've got one bowl game today. You got an NFL game tonight. You've got a bowl game today.
What's the NFL game? What's the big one tonight?
It's Rams at Falcons. LA is a 7-point road favorite.
I'll take the Rams for 50,000 units right now.
You got to get the people back to the green, sir. You're down right now.
I'll take the Rams for 50,000 units. What's that other deal that's playing tonight?
I mean, you got playoff games to choose from too. Your college game today is at 1:00. It's Georgia Southern against App State.
I'm going to pass on that one.
Soft. You've got, all the playoff games to choose from. You've got some other good non-playoff bowl games coming up this week. Anything you want? Oregon's -2.5, by the way, against Texas Tech. You want the Red Raiders?
I'll take the Red Raiders for 50,000 units.
Okay. You've got the other playoff games: Indiana, Alabama, Ohio State, Miami, Ole Miss, Georgia.
I'll take Ohio State for 100,000 units.
All right. The Buckeyes are giving 9.5 against Miami. Not enough. Double-digit Buckeye win?
Double-digit Buckeye win, yes.
Okay. Alabama, Indiana, the Hoosiers 7-point favorites. Georgia, Ole Miss, the Bulldogs 6.5-point favorites.
I'll take Georgia for 150,000 unit play.
Big play on the Dogs. Okay. All right. Ole Miss will not be eating the Dogs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Will not be eating the Dogs.
They're eating the Dogs.
Yeah,
I don't think that's happening.
Mr. President. Okay. Anything on the Rose Bowl? Bama, Indiana?
I'll take Indy for 25,000 units.
All right. Going with the favorite there. Okay. Now you've got
I got some units.
Nothing on Texas, Michigan?
No.
Nothing on Iowa, Vanderbilt?
Is there anybody caring about that?
Well, a lot of people's cousins, I think, will be caring a lot about Texas covering 7.5 Wednesday afternoon. These games are so hard to bet on, these non-playoff bowl games. You just, with the opt-outs and the coaching changes and
I know
who cares and who doesn't. Who knows? Who knows how to handicap? I like a fully healthy Texas team, I think, is better than a fully healthy Michigan team.
Yeah.
Like I would pick, if both of these teams are at 100%, players, coaches, everything, I would pick Texas to win and cover 7.5 against Michigan.
Who are they going to turn and hand the ball off to? That's the thing for who are they going to hand it off? We know Michigan is going to run the ball like mad.
Right. Well, they're without one of their top 2 running backs, but
yeah, and they're going to try to showcase that quarterback who can't throw. They got $10 million last year.
They're down an offensive lineman. They're down like 3 of their best defensive linemen. Obviously down their head coach and offensive coordinator. They're down a DB. It's totally different teams. So it feels very difficult to predict.
It's just blue bloods playing each other. That's just fun right there, though.
Blue bloods playing each other. We'll see.
And nice warm weather.
I've been waking up feeling a little cheesier these last couple of days.
Oh, have you? Oh boy.
I got a hunch tomorrow and Wednesday I'll be feeling really cheesy.
I think I'll wait for that. I'm gonna have to put something on the Horns game. It's a bowl game. It's not like we're not going to the national championship. Yes, I'll wait, but I'll wait on that.
You wait on it's your last show before the game. Oh, I guess
that's right.
We are doing a pregame show on Wednesday.
I'll give it on the pregame show and make it count and make it stick.
All right. We do have a show tomorrow, regular programming, but the Buck will not be on the morning show. But
make that stick tomorrow.
Yeah, Wednesday pre and post game, before and after, obviously, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl and It's the schedule for the next few days here on TSU. So there you go. Your Gold
So
Star lock.
So BK, they are calling it the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Is that what it is?
The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Love it. Been there. Love that. Love
You've
that bowl game.
You been to the Citrus Bowl or the Cheez-It Bowl?
Not the Cheez-It, the Citrus Bowl.
They
I
used
think
to
I've
be.
been to the Citrus Bowl twice. I think I went once with Illinois and once with Boston College. And one time we played Georgia at Boston College.
Okay, how'd that go?
We worked them.
You worked them.
Yes.
Another reason Texas should have hired you for their coaching staff. You know how to beat Georgia.
Know how to beat that. Oh, that's right.
Why didn't you say that when they were looking for a new running backs coach?
Oh, I forgot. I do know how to beat Georgia.
Well, that's what we're looking for. That's part of the reason why we hired Will Muschamp, trying to find ways to beat Georgia.
Don't know how to beat Auburn.
Okay.
Played them in a bowl game. Played them in a bowl game.
Auburn. Auburn, they suck.
Don't need me for that.
No, you could have you, me, and 10 of our listeners on the staff, and
oh my God,
no problem beating Auburn. Bunch of bums.
I watched the Clemson game yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Saturday.
Oh,
yeah. Penn State, Clemson. What a lot of people thought was going to be the national championship in college football this year.
Pinstripe Bowl.
Like Bad Boy Mowers, Pinstripe Bowl.
12-degree weather in Yankee Stadium. Oh, was that horrible?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, some good bowl games over the weekend if you were watching. Houston and LSU played a good one down in H-Town. BYU and Georgia Tech and the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's become the most hilarious bowl game that we have in the sport. The Snoop Dogg Bowl went on recently. Snoop Dogg actually caught a punt or a kickoff in the end zone while he was broadcasting the game, which was pretty ridiculous to see.
Are we still doing holiday bowls from San Diego? Because that's important.
Yeah, we got all the bowls going on here. Sun Bowl coming up.
Yeah, baby.
That's also on the 31st, the same day Texas plays.
One of the best bowl trips in America.
Yeah, so there's a lot of football going on. If you care about these games, you got a lot to watch this week, and it's going away before you know it. I mean, we've hit week 18 of the NFL season. So the NFL's regular season wraps up this weekend, and obviously college football, we're into the second round, the quarterfinal round of the CFP. So
I did like the way your Texans played, though, the other day.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's give some sponsor shout outs, but we'll dive into the NFL. Again, more Texas conversation. We got some sound from Kyle Flood to get to as well from out in Orlando, but some NFL to discuss. Quinn Ewers picking up his first career win. The Texans back into the playoffs. And
Minnesota Vikings got a win, by the way. The Queens did get a win. I know it doesn't matter because they're not going anywhere, but they did win their last football.
Oh, they beat the Lions.
Yeah, yes, they did.
They knocked them out of the playoffs.
How bad have the Lions looked over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, what a disaster. They beat up on the Cowboys, but they keep losing to everybody else. So
yeah, well, we're talking about the Cowboys now.
You're right.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, do contact our friends and experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. So if you've had anything happen to those ankles and those hips and those knees over the holidays, please call our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Joint replacement, trauma care, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, orthopedic surgeons. They're dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're looking to upgrade your home in the new year, do it with the best in the business. McCall Custom Homes, locally owned and operated. It's a father-son team that's been around Central Texas for more than 40 years. Tons of experience. And again, all of that experience has happened right here in our own backyard. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. You want to remodel a kitchen. You want to renovate a bathroom. Maybe you've got a growing family. You need to add on to your home. They can do that. They're also custom home builders as well. So if you want to start from scratch, McCall Custom Homes, top quality. They're affordable. They're insured. They're licensed. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. The Buck has had work done at his place by McCall. Rodney has had work done at his place by McCall. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners, or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly. Good dude, big Longhorn fan, big time TSU listener. 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Yeah, what a good guy Mike is. He celebrating his birthday. He's out at HSB, out at Horseshoe Bay, and celebrating. He and his wife celebrated his birthday. And last week, I had an emergency at my home. Something happened with my little pump house. The faucet thing on the outside, the little spigot there came off, BK, and it was just gushing out, water gushing out from my well. And I was on my way to play golf. I was almost at Horseshoe Bay Resort myself, getting ready to play golf. I called Mike. He came to my house, went into the garage, and cut off the well. I mean, it was just that thing. I mean, that thing would have, been out there for hours and hours of just going. I made a call to him. He jumped over the fence, came, got into the garage, and cut that off. I mean, that's what kind of guy he is. Because I would have known where to go. He'll be out tomorrow to redo the well house, the pump house, and show us that exactly where we can cut things off if any emergency ever comes up again. He knows everything about your home, believe me.
Is that all an innuendo? You keep talking about this pump house and your pipes not working. What is
it's a pump house where the water goes from the well to the tank, from the tank to the pump house, and to the pump house to my home. That thing, the little faucet on the side of that thing had plastic, was made out of PC, whatever it is, pipe, and it cracked and exploded. He came over, cut off the system in the house. My wife was gone, cut off the system in the garage, got in there and replaced and went and then got the plumbing deal part done, and is coming back tomorrow to make sure we can cut off everything at the pump house instead of having to go in the garage. I mean, that guy will tell you everything you need to know, whether it's about electricity in your home. Here's what you need to do if you got a fan that's not working or a light that's never worked. That guy knows where the systems are. So he is the guy to call on. He is awesome.
Okay. So your wife was gone, so you took Mike to the pump house instead.
No. This stuff happens. You got to have somebody you can call on that knows everything about homes, and he is the dude.
Yep. You got to have someone for the pump house at all times. I agree.
Yes. Got to keep that pumping going.
I know Mike is going to love that. So shout out to him.
Speaking of pumps, how about this? Weighed in on a couple of days ago, 159.3.
Whoa.
Yes. Wife made stew. My wife made, she's great at lasagna. Well, she made some stew, some homemade stew with potatoes in there, and of course the beef and carrots. Well, I've been living on that stew, BK, and I took some of the potatoes out yesterday and I put it over mashed potatoes. And I've got a couple more days of that stew and then into the lasagna. I'm almost there. 159.3.
Your goal is 160, right?
No.
Now you're starting your New Year's resolution before the new year.
Well, I've been holding on. I've been saying I'm going to get to 160 since the summertime. So
no, since last year. That was your New Year's resolution.
It was last year.
25, and now, hey, with like 3 days left, you're almost there. You almost got there.
Yeah, but I got to keep eating that stew. I got to keep 3 meals a day. Got to be careful of the sweets. Love the ice cream, but got to watch out for that.
Fat. He's fat.
Yeah. Hey, putting stew over mashed potatoes and adding some corn to that. Got to have that corn. Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you eat 3 meals a day and you have ice cream as dessert for all 3 of those meals, you are going to get to 160 before New Year's. You're going to put on 1 more pound before the calendar flips to 2026.
Yeah, plus you got to work out behind that stuff, though. You can't.
No, I mean, that's not going to guarantee you. If you're just trying to add weight.
Yes.
You don't need to be doing cardio. You don't need to be going on walks around the neighborhood. You don't need to be doing treadmill stuff. You're just trying to get to 160.
What about if I'm hitting that bench, though? What about if I hitting those?
Sure.
Hitting that bench, yeah.
That'll be good. Yeah, pack on some muscle to go with that fat. I like it.
Yeah, man. It felt good. I got on that scale and I saw that. I'm like, that's got to be wrong. I couldn't have put on that much weight from eating all that mashed potatoes and stuff.
You're also wearing a winter coat over a 3-piece
No.
suit. Okay.
No. I actually took my shoes off. I kept my pants on, took my shoes off. Because if I kept the shoes on with my big ass feet, I'd get that pound pretty easy.
Is this back to the pump house? Oh, okay.
No,
different
no,
okay.
no, we're out of the pump.
My bad. My bad. Oh, man. All right. Shout out to the McCalls. Also, shout out to Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best and your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Look, I hope you never need Hurricane Hecht, right? I hope you never get into a car wreck. I hope you never get injured on the job. And I hope nobody that you know or cares about ever has anything bad happen to them. Unfortunately, it happens in life. People get into car wrecks. People get injured on the job. Sometimes you need a personal injury attorney who's going to fight to get you the money that you deserve. You don't want to fight those insurance companies by yourself. You got enough to deal with trying to get your life back on track. Hurricane Hecht is the very best at what he does. He's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade. He's not wasting his time filming TV commercials and hosting podcasts and standing on top of cars and doing weird stuff because he's in the courtroom fighting for his clients. That's what he's going to do for you. He's compassionate with clients, but in the courtroom, I'm telling you, he is a junkyard dog fighting to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. Give him a call, 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com for more info. That's HECHT lawfirm.com for Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Love him.
All right, little NFL conversation. We will start with the Houston Texans, Buck. The Texans clinched a playoff spot with their 20-16 victory over the LA Chargers of Anaheim on Saturday. Once again, Buck, the Texans defense, the story of the game. 5 sacks of Justin Herbert. The Chargers had just 275 yards of offense. Herbert never got comfortable. Amari and Hampton only had 29 yards rushing. And for the Texans, their offense got off to that fast start at a 75-yard touchdown pass from Stroud to Higgins on the first possession, at a 43-yard touchdown from Stroud to Knoll on their second possession. It was 14-0 5 minutes in, and you're thinking this might be 40-0.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Texans offense reverted back to what they usually are, not good. And the Chargers came back, but the Texans defense obviously did enough to preserve the victory. And that's 8 straight wins for Houston. And with that defense, Buck, we keep saying it. It's worth repeating. They got a shot to make some noise in the postseason.
Yeah, if they can consistently, not consistently run, because they can't consistently run the ball. If they can run the ball just a little bit, BK, if they can get there, if they can get that 110 yards of rushing, they'll be fine. But they're switching back and forth with Marks and the other guy, like the walk-on dude now that comes in the game. They have like 2 guys. They have like 2 walk-on dudes.
Yeah, Woody Marks, the rookie, came back from injury, had been banged up, missed the Raiders game, but did play, led the Texans, 19 carries, 71 yards. And Jawar Jordan, you're calling him the walk-on?
Yeah.
He was a practice squad guy like 2 weeks ago. So
yeah,
that's
he's been pretty good.
Yeah, 8 carries for 36 yards for him. He has been really good. Obviously, no Joe Mixon for the Texans. Nick Chubb has been dealing with some injuries and some inconsistent
You've already got what you can get out of Nick Chubb. He did, last year and this year. That guy's at the end of his career, and you really got a lot out of that dude. I'd never expected him to be still this good at this time of his career.
Yeah.
And he is.
And also, we got Dicker the kicker, most accurate kicker in NFL history. Missed a chip shot field goal at the end of the first half.
Yes, he did.
And missed an extra point in the second half. Chargers lost by 4. Do the math.
Come on, Dicker. Get down there and just start kicking the ball.
The Texans have been really good, obviously, but they've also been very fortunate with kickers this year. Feels like every kicker has their worst game against the Texans, which you take it. No problems there if you're a Houston fan. But Dicker, never misses. He's missing chippies left and right. And you'll take it when you're trying to win on the road in the NFL. Sometimes you need a couple of things to break your way, and that's what happened. So, huge win for the Texans, who just they continue to stack the wins. Again, 8 in a row. The Texans started the year 0-3. They clinched a playoff spot. The Texans are the first team in NFL history, Buck. Remember, they haven't been around all that long. First team in NFL history to have multiple years where they've started 0-3 and still made the playoffs. That's so rare for anybody to do once. There are a lot of teams that have never done it once. The Texans, again, the first team to do it twice in their history. So what a comeback by them. D'Amico Ryan, CJ Stroud, everybody. And now the Texans, Jacksonville keeps winning too.
Yes.
So the Texans have locked up a playoff spot, but they still trail the Jags by 1 game in the AFC South. Obviously, there's only 1 week left in the NFL season. The Texans need to beat the Colts on Sunday, but they also need the Jags to lose to Tennessee. Otherwise, the Texans will be a wild card team starting on the road.
Yeah, we need Phillip Rivers to be quarterback in that last game where he's standing there like a statue.
We'll see. Yeah, there were rumors. I was watching the end of the Colts game yesterday, and rumors that Phillip Rivers just won't play in Week 18 because the Colts are out of it. So see what you got with the young guy, because Phillip Rivers obviously is not a part of the long-term plans for Indy. No. But yeah, the Colts, they went 0-3. They've lost 6 in a row and 7 of 8.
I know, and it's hard to watch them now.
Started the year 7-1, looked like a lock for the postseason. They started falling apart. Then Daniel Jones gets hurt. I thought Phillip Rivers played pretty well, like a lot better than I expected him to play. Sit here, make it sound like he was.
And the thing about him is, he gets rid of the ball really, really quick. But there are those little plays that you need to be a little bit of an athlete where you can escape and run down the field for a first down for like 4 yards. He can't get to it.
No, yeah, even in his prime, he wasn't the best of athletes.
No.
Wasn't the most mobile.
But now you look, I'm looking at him play. I'm like, dude, you need 3 yards for a first down. You're in the pocket. Just go and run. He can't get there quick enough.
Yeah, no, you're right. He's got his limitations. Again, I'm just happy he stayed healthy. Like we all thought that guy was going to get broken in his first game.
Oh yeah, I thought he'd get a knee or somebody hit him from the blind side, and we'd be reading about him in the hospital. He will be in concussion protocol for the rest of his life.
Right. And he had to play his 3 games. He had to play the Seahawks, the Niners, and the Jaguars.
I know.
3 playoff teams with great defenses. And if he plays this week, it'll be against the Texans, the best defense and a playoff team. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy he stayed healthy. Good for him. It was a good story. Shoot, man.
The story for me in the NFL is we're still talking about we're talking about the Panthers, Tampa Bay, the freaking Saints are on a little bit of a roll now. The Jaguars, I'm like, that whole group of teams, they're no good. And they ended up playing pretty well as the season goes on. The Saints have like 4 straight wins, don't they?
Well, I don't know why you'd put the Jaguars in that grouping. The Jaguars are a 12-win football team. I think they're better than those other teams that you talked about. But, the Saints, I mean, they're 6-10. They have won 4 in a row.
Pretty good for their first-year coach.
Last 2 wins against the Jets and the Titans. They're just costing.
And that's the kid from Texas Tech is their quarterback, right?
Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. What, the Shuck?
Yeah. He started his career at Texas Tech, and then he transferred to
8 other places.
I think he started at Oregon, actually, then transferred to Tech, then finished at Louisville. He was drafted out of Louisville in the 2nd round. Tyler Shuck has been winning some games, keeping his job for at least 1 more year, because now the Saints don't have a high enough draft pick to draft his replacement. Good strategy there. Week 18, the Cowboys won, by the way, on Christmas, if anybody cares. That game.
Why are they trying to win games? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, I mean, like, I looked, there's not a huge grouping of teams around them in terms of records. So, like, the Cowboys, if they lost their last 2 games instead of, winning against Washington, they play the Giants this week, so they could easily win that one too. I think their draft slot would be like 3 picks higher. So it's not like a difference between 14 and 5. It's like, what are you doing? It's like maybe 14 and 12, 14 and 13. So I'm not going to sit here and argue that winning is that great, but it's not like they're really hurting themselves that much by.
Does Dak play? Will they play Dak in this final game?
I think so. I mean, he played against Washington. Again, they had nothing to play for.
Sure.
And Dak, took every snap at quarterback for the Cowboys. So if the year ended today, the Cowboys would have the 14th and 21st picks in the draft. Of course, they have the Packers pick. Green Bay's in the playoffs, but they don't look like they're going to stick around in the playoffs very long.
No, I don't even know if Jordan Love's going to.
Yeah, they are so banged up. Jordan Love, obviously Micah Parsons will not be back for the playoffs with that ACL. They can't get any pass rush without him.
No.
Sounds like the Cowboys, huh? So there you go. Quinn Ewers, by the way, before we get to week 18 and just kind of what's at stake in the final week of the NFL regular season, congrats to Quinn Ewers, the lifetime Longhorn, picking up his first career NFL win. And you talked about Tampa Bay falling off a cliff. Miami 20, Tampa Bay 17. Quinn Ewers 14 of 22, 172 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 turnovers in his first career win. Made some big throws down the stretch, too, to help put that game on ice. So congrats to Quinn Ewers for first of hopefully many NFL wins for him.
Yeah, he's going to get a real opportunity now there.
We'll see. I mean, he's going to start their last game. I don't know what the future holds for anybody with that Dolphins organization. Like, is McDaniel back at head coach?
I don't know if it'll be a surprise, but I think they let him loose.
Yeah, I think that would make sense if they did. And then, is there anything Quinn Ewers can do? Even if Quinn Ewers were to throw for like 300 yards and 4 touchdowns this week, like, if you're a new coach, do you want to start your tenure with a 7th round guy going into year 2 as your quarterback?
No, you'd start Tua until he lost his first 3.
Oh, I ain't starting Tua. I'm trading that dude. I'm getting rid of that dude.
Until he lost his first 3.
Oh, my God. If you're telling me it's Quinn or Tua, I'm taking Quinn because, like, all right, if Quinn sucks, then he'll be really bad, and we'll get a super high draft pick, and we'll draft Arch Manning. How funny would that be if he and Quinn end up on the same team? The Dolphins play at the Patriots next week. Patriots just wrapped up the division.
They're done. They don't have anything to play for.
I guess
they'll still win.
They got seeding to play for in the AFC, I think. I got to double check that. But yeah, Quinn, congrats to him. He'll get one more start, and then I don't know what his future holds. But he's played pretty well in both games, I thought, especially this game in the win over a potential playoff team with Tampa Bay. So what's at stake week 18, Buck? There are only 2 playoff spots up for grabs. It's the AFC North and the NFC South. We're looking for a division winner. The Pittsburgh Steelers lost in Cleveland yesterday.
Yeah, they were too worried about the Myles Garrett sacking the damn quarterback.
All they had to do was beat the lowly Cleveland Browns, and they would have clinched a playoff spot. Instead, they lose, and now they have a Sunday night game. It'll be the last game of the regular season. It's been announced at home against Baltimore. Winner to the playoffs, loser to the couch.
Yeah, I don't like the way the Pittsburgh went about that game.
There's
too much about Myles Garrett sacking Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Rodgers seeing him out of the corner of his eye the whole game and not getting the ball. And plus, Metcalf has got to sit out another game.
That's huge, right? The Steelers just don't have a difference maker on the outside without DK. They're throwing fade routes to Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah, him and Aaron Rodgers are pointing at each other all game. Aaron Rodgers is going like, you suck. I mean, it's awful.
Yeah, they didn't score. Cleveland's got a very good defense, but come on. All you got to do is beat the Browns, and you're in the playoffs, and you can't do it. Baltimore, meanwhile, they beat Green Bay. Derrick Henry, their whole offense was just hand that dude the rock. Lamar Jackson, questionable for next Sunday. I don't know if he's going to play. That's what questionable means. It's just going to be Derrick Henry toting the rock 40 times.
And Huntley running down the field another 10 times.
It'll be that against Pittsburgh. And then your NFC South, you've got Carolina, who lost yesterday, against Tampa Bay, who loses all the time. That game in Tampa, same thing. Winner to the postseason, loser to Cancun.
Boy, Tampa Bay, boy, when they hit the skids, they really hit it.
Yeah, I mean, I know the game's in Tampa. I don't think Carolina's very good, but I don't know how you can be confident in this 7-9 Bucks team. Tampa wins, by the way, they'll be sub 500, and they'll be hosting a playoff game, which continues to be the worst rule in the NFL, that we let crappy division winners host playoff games over much better. Like, the loser of San Francisco, Seattle, or LA is going to be the 5 seed. They might have 12 wins, and they'll have to play on the road against an 8-win Tampa Bay team in round 1 because this ridiculous format that we have in the NFL. What are we doing? I don't get it, but that's what you've got. And then
San Francisco's playing lights out right now with all the injuries.
Yeah, what a game last night. I don't know if you stayed up for that.
No, I didn't make it up for that one.
Yeah, Niners, Bears coming down to the final second, the final play. Bears, Caleb Williams had a chance. The Bears down by 4, threw it into the end zone, incomplete. That game was back and forth, fun.
The Bears still suck.
Bears, I don't know if they suck, man.
Oh, a little change of heart there for the
Yeah.
Bears.
Oh, they're 11-5. I mean, they're a playoff team. They clinched their division. I don't think they're a Super Bowl team. I don't think they're that good, but they're clearly different than what they have been.
That's for
And
sure.
they went blow for blow with one of the best teams in the league on the road yesterday. Caleb Williams looked very good. The Bears just couldn't get stops. I mean, Brock Purdy and Caleb Williams, it was anything you can do, I can do better kind of.
How's Dan Campbell calling these plays now all of a sudden?
Well, the Lions are done, so not good.
Man.
Yeah, the Lions lost both of their coordinators, and Ben Johnson's a hell of a head coach. Aaron Glenn, not so much.
No.
He's with the Jets. Nobody's ever a good coach with the Jets. I don't know how much is on him. But, yeah, so those are your 2 playoff spots up for grabs next week, the AFC North and the NFC South. And then there's other games that are important for seeding. Obviously, again, the Texans can still win their division. They need some help. And there's a few other scenarios like that. 1 seeds are still up for grabs in both conferences. You've got 2 seeds up for grabs in both conferences. So there's a lot for a lot of teams to play for. But again, 12 of the 14 postseason spots have been secured. 2 NFL games on Saturday. One of them will be the NFC South title. I think that's the Saturday afternoon game. And then a bunch of games on Sunday. No Monday night game next week.
That's it, right?
That's it. Yep. Monday night game tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday next week, and then we'll be off to the postseason.
Nice.
National Football League. All right, quick sponsor shout out here to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our gear, our hats, our shirts, our koozies, our posters, our everything made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. If you have a business that needs merch, if you have a big event coming up that needs merch, signs, stickers, whatever, they do business cards as well. I mean, anything to help you and your business shine, reach out to Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. 512-300-9641. That is Adam's direct line. Give him a call, give him a text, and he will get you what you need very, very quickly.
Yes, and I'll be heading over to Hat Creek Burger, of course, this morning because the big man needs a double with cheese today. Keep that meat coming. Oh,
oof.
Pump House, keep the meat coming. Everything is working. Everything's in line right now for me to get to 160 or above. But I love my Hat Creek Burger. I'm going to tell my wife, but I am having a shake today.
Yeah.
I'm going to shake things up. No ice cream over I was very careful of the ice cream intake over the holidays, but when it's time for a little banana pudding shake with a little cream on the top and a cherry, that's it today, along with the double with cheese. Big Hat's coming today with fries, large fries.
I love that. Yep. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. You can never go wrong. Great chicken.
No.
They've got salads.
Oh, yeah. I love the salads too.
Good breakfast at some of their locations too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Hat Creek is good stuff. All right, one bit of sound from Kyle Flood here, and then we'll get to some fun stories to wrap up the show. Kyle Flood. So we have not heard from Steve Sarkisian in Orlando yet, but we have heard from both coordinators. Kyle Flood, the offensive coordinator, Johnny Nansen, the interim defensive coordinator. Obviously, will coach the bowl game for Texas before Will Muschamp takes over there. But here is Kyle Flood talking about the transfers, everybody who's left the program, and what type of impact that's going to have for the Longhorns 2 days from now when they take the field against Michigan.
I think it is. I think this is something that everybody in college football is going to have to get adjusted to. Players are making decisions, some players making the decision to move on and go into the draft, and then some other players making decisions that, they're going to eventually go in the portal, when that opens. But I think everybody's kind of navigating this in real time. It's not like you can call a coach from 5 years ago and say, hey, how did you guys do this? It didn't exist back then. So we're all navigating it. I think that what has helped us as a staff is the experience coming from the NFL and knowing how to practice with less players. So that part has been pretty seamless for us. So we kind of know how to do that. And then there's an exciting part to it as well, where you get some younger players who maybe didn't have as big a role during the regular season. Now their role gets to expand. And I think for us as coaches, that's really exciting because not only does it give them a chance to impact the game this week, but you get a little glimpse maybe of what is coming in the future.
Yeah, I like to get the glimpse of what's coming in the future. I really – that's still not a lot of time that they get, for this game. The guys have – gone through the plays. The playbook doesn't change that much. You just watch a lot of tape of the opposing team. But, I mean, it does give you that glimpse into the future when you can get some guys in and see them against real, in competition. So that that part is good for you. So plus, and they're going to, like I said, they're not going to some bowl game. They're on campus here. It's nice and warm. They're in good weather. It's not like going to Buckeye land and being outside, or if you're in Indiana. I know you have an indoor facility, but some of those times you want to be outside a little bit. It's not quite the same. You get a really good practices here. You're going to go to Orlando and get about 4 practices in there. I mean, so you get to push a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. And Kyle Flood also talked about, like, because Texas has had 20 fewer scholarship players than they normally do, the coaches are able to keep everybody on the same field, right? Like,
oh yeah,
you don't have a scout team. Like, everybody's in the same spot working together, so the coaches are getting to watch every rep that every single player has. So Texas is basically getting 2 spring practices this year. That's what this is. Like, the 15 practices they got in bowl prep, that's one, and obviously actual spring ball is another. So you're getting to see glimpses of what you have with those guys coming back in 2026, and I think there's some value in that. And obviously Kyle Flood does as well.
Yeah, and especially at his position, he needs to see as much as he can see.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And Kyle Flood was also asked about the depth chart. Like, it doesn't sound like Texas is going to be treating this like a spring game. Like, their starting 5 offensive linemen are going to play.
Right.
And odds are they're going to play unless Texas is up by 40 or down by 40. Like, they're going to treat this as a normal game to where Arch Manning and the O linemen are going to play every snap. So
sure.
I don't think this will be like, let's see what Nate Kibble has. Let's see what Daniel Cruz has. Some of these backup offensive linemen, you're seeing them in practice again, but I don't think you'll get to see. I hope you do. I hope Texas is up by 30 and then you get to see them. But again, the game plan is not like, we're just going to rotate guys in and out. They're treating this, at least they're saying they're going to be treating this like a.
Well, you have to. It's the damn Cheez-Its. I mean, who's feeling the cheesiest, Coach?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, Coach. I think Sark will say something like that in the post-game presser if Texas wins.
Yeah, tonight. Hey, curfew starts tonight.
Curfew starts tonight. Oh, they let them have the weekend, but.
Oh, yeah, curfew starts tonight.
Okay. No Disney.
That midnight curfew is in effect now.
I'll be hanging out with Minnie Mouse over there, all right?
Well, I like the ones where there's no curfew. Straight on through. You just get to practice. That's your deal. But now, got to be in somebody's checking rooms now at midnight.
You get this close to the game, now you got to do the room check.
Got to do the room check. You don't want to be sending people home now. Remember in the old days how they used to send people? They don't even send them home anymore. They just keep them around. They don't even waste the trip.
Yeah.
Remember you used to read about guys in bowl trips, such and such got sent home.
I don't know if Texas has enough players to send people home right now.
They can't afford to do that.
That's the difference. You got so many opt-outs and transfers that it's like we're short on bodies.
Hey, you send somebody home, you get mad enough to send a kid home, guess what? He won't be there in spring ball either.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good point. You got to worry about that nowadays too. Kids these days, Buck.
These daggum babies.
These days. All right, you want some good news here before we get out of here?
Need some good news.
Chaos theory. There's a lot of problems with our country these days. A lot of things that aren't going as well as we would like. But one thing that apparently is going well, murders in the U.S. are down nearly 20%. In what's likely the largest single-year drop ever recorded, killings in the U.S. plunged nearly 20% compared to last year.
All we need is love.
January to October in 2024, it's 7,369 murders in this country. January to October in 2025, 5,912 murders recorded in this country.
It's interesting. More people on the roads. I would think that thing would pick up a little bit.
Well, accidents and murders are different. Oh, you're talking about like road rage murders.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't know about the car accident numbers. I feel like those keep going up with how much.
Those will go up for this holiday season.
But, road rage incidents here. Did we show this one, or is this this is a different road rage incident?
What?
I don't think I ever showed you this one. This one's from Florida. I chopped this one up last week and forgot
to
play it on the show. Another road rage incident. Driver in the front car gets out, walks back to the driver in the back car, and then punches off his rearview mirror, punches the windshield one time, kicks the car a few times, and then the driver in the back car drives away and smashes the driver's side door.
Can't close that door, can you, buddy?
Now he can't close it. Yeah, nice move, idiot.
Good God, good job, tough guy. I would take that door. Yeah, that guy, I would definitely take that door all the way off, BK, driving right through it.
That's exactly what happened, right? Road rage incident. These guys like cutting each other off. Driver in the front car gets pissed, gets out, walks back to the driver in the back car, doesn't have a weapon or anything, punches the rear view mirror off, starts hitting and kicking the car. And then the driver's like, all right, I'm just going to take off your door and drive away from you. Thank you very much.
And now you can't close that thing forever. Now you're going to need a new door.
So, yeah, I don't think this turned into a murder, thankfully, but incidents like that, we have talked about some road rage murders on this show. But yeah, crime data analyst Jeff Asher says it's a remarkable drop in crime, and also said that it fell at a historic clip in 2025. More than a 20% decline in New York City, 28% in Chicago, 28% in Washington, D.C., L.A., about 19%.
What about Philly? We must be leading the land, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that. It only mentions a few cities in this article. Mass murders in the U.S. also fell in 2025, reaching their lowest level since 2006.
We're not taking out people by the bunches anymore.
No, I mean, I'd like for that number to be zero. I'd like for all of these numbers to be zero. But apparently the fewest amount of mass murders that we've had in 2 decades in this country.
Very nice.
And a crazy decline in overall murders, too. So
people start to maybe simmer down a little bit.
I guess so. Maybe the further away we get from COVID, people are less on edge as they were a few years ago, perhaps.
Well, we got to be, it is the flu season, but I'll never have the flu.
Keep saying it, Buck.
I'll never have the flu.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
And I've been in contact with a few people over this holidays. I'm worried about it a little bit, but I just keep saying it.
Don't say I'm worried about the flu. You got to say I'll never have the flu.
I'll
if you
never
lose that
have
confidence,
I'll never have the flu. I do see some of these cedar trees starting to lighten up with the pollen, like they're ready to start busting out all over the place.
Some CD's nuts trees.
CD's nuts.
Is that what you said? I'm not too familiar with that. All right, since you won't be here tomorrow, bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. I have a little hypothetical Tuesday on a Monday question for you, Jimmy.
All right.
If y'all will allow it. By the way, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, boys. Good to see you all.
Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, I've been called that a time or two. Thank you, sir.
I know, that's why I said that.
Thank you. All right, you guys. There is a bowl of grapes sitting in front of you.
Yes.
There's 1,000 grapes in said bowl.
1,000?
1,000 grapes in the bowl. 999 of them are completely safe. They're normal grapes. One of them is poisonous and will kill you. Every grape you eat from the bowl, you get $100,000. How many grapes do you eat before you quit?
I don't touch them. I'm happy.
You're going zero.
I have everything I need.
Yeah, but a few $100,000 would give you more of what you need.
I'm not greedy.
Okay.
I'd eat 500.
What?
So you're going 5 grapes, Double R? You're taking your chances?
What's $500 gonna do?
No, $500,000.
Okay,
I'll eat 500 grapes.
He's saying 500 grapes.
I'm a poor man, Buck. I got nothing.
No, I'm Wags. I'm with you. I eat none.
I'd eat 10.
I go have some soup, Wags, instead.
Yeah. Exactly.
Some cheap ass soup. No thanks. I don't take that chance.
It's just a thrill,
No.
You gotta.
You have a 99.99% chance of being perfectly fine with that first grape that you eat.
No, remember, I'm the guy who won't get on the roller coaster because I'm the guy that 1 in a million gets thrown out of the coaster into the parking lot. That's why I don't get on the coaster.
I don't get on the roller coaster because I've seen the dudes that put that shit together. I don't get on the roller coaster. It ain't got nothing to do with my luck.
It's my family that's putting it together.
Yeah.
I was out at Coda last week, and they're building that Coda land out there.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Looking around, all right, who's got a beer in their hand? Who's drinking right now? So you guys,
I eat none. I'm like Wags. I have none.
Okay, Rodney, you're going 10. Bucky 0. Wags 0.
I'm going 0. Yeah, I'm not risking it. I'm not chancing.
God, how bad of luck do you think you have?
I don't have that great of luck.
Yeah, I'm just that I don't. I like every possession I can get, and every day is a good day. So I'm not going to take a chance.
Honestly, like I don't have anything that's worth jeopardizing the risk, right? I love what I have right now, man.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm like you, Wags. I'm good. Although I wanted that 1.8 billion that somebody got in Arkansas.
Yeah, and that guy's paying to get Trey Wisner over to the Razorbacks.
Oh my God,
it's that Walmart money.
Yeah,
it's that Walmart money over there.
Did we see who won? I know it was someone from Arkansas, but have we found out the story or identified the actual?
Probably somebody that's going to pass away in 2 years.
Yeah,
that's somebody that just got a lot of cousins that he didn't or he or she didn't realize they still had.
He got lots of friends now.
Amen.
Popping out of the woodwork for crying out loud.
I'm for the record, I'm going 20 grapes for me, gentlemen.
Wow.
Wow.
God, 20?
Taking 2 mil out of this deal. I'm taking my chances.
Ooh,
playing the percentages very much in my favor. And then, boy, when I got to 20, would I be greedy and think about 21? I made Made it this far. What's it? Another 100K. All I got to do is eat one more grape. These are delicious.
And in this hypothetical scenario, right? The grape kills you on the spot.
It's poison. I mean, it's poisonous. Like you die however you would die from poison. So there'd be some pain involved with the death, I would think, but you go pretty quick.
You go down swinging.
Yep.
You go down with a challenge.
I'm going down swinging. I'm going for it. I don't need safe.
I am past the stage of my life where I used to be afraid of dying, but I know it's going to happen.
That's like you are afraid of dying if you're not doing this. You're not eating grape. You're terrified of dying.
I don't need to exasperate. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to exacerbate the process. I'm fine.
Right. You're not going to masturbate the pro. What are you saying?
Exasperate.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Right.
What Tim McGraw say? Live like you were dying. Isn't that a song?
That is.
No, he also said my next 30 years, I'm going to chill the hell out.
Yeah, with $2 million from eating a few grapes.
Well, my wife has a saying for this year, and it's make it happen. I think she means that more to me, like get up off your ass and make stuff happen. But so I'm living by that motto. Make it happen.
What, you're starting on December 29th? You got 3 days left? Or do you mean next year?
Next season. Yeah. Or year for next year.
You should tell your wife, like, all right, new for this year. Yes, I will follow that for this year. And then January 1st comes around.
Make it happen for the last few days.
Oh my God. Good holidays for you guys.
Yeah.
Good.
No, sorry for your, I'm sure you'll talk about it, Wags, but sorry for the family loss.
Oh yeah. I will not talk about it.
Okay. Well, then I'm sorry for bringing it up. I'm sorry for bringing it up then.
So Bucky, you'll appreciate this. So had my daughters over this year for Christmas. We were like the old folks are coming home to see us.
Oh yeah.
And they brought their young stallions with them. So I had the young men over. They behaved well and good young guys.
Interrogation
awesome.
Process. Was this the first time?
No. One of them I know extremely well. The other one is they're very different dudes, but good guys. Good guys.
Yeah.
So they passed the initial test.
Yeah. They share Tracy's trait in finding a good man, namely me. So
you had the holster. Do you have the ankle holster ready to go just in case?
No, all I had a pocket knife ready to go just in case.
I heard.
I was always careful of that because my one daughter married a guy who was trying to become a Navy SEAL, and when I tried to have that talk with him, he said, listen, you don't have to. He goes, I can get to you before you can get to me.
There it is. There it is.
I was going to give him that talk before the wedding. I was like, I was going to give him you better not screw my daughter up. or I'll come and get you. And he said, I get to you before you get to me. I'm like, nice. That's
Rodney,
nice
Rodney, well, this sounds weird. Your wife sent me a picture, or actually a video of you.
Another picture?
You
Is that
and
what
one
she's
of your,
doing at 2 in the morning? God dang. Is that all that groaning in the 2 in the morning?
I didn't work that the way I wanted to, but she sent me a little clip of you and one of your daughter's boyfriends at the house hanging out. So things went really well, it appears. You guys were having a good time together.
That was close.
That was right after the Cowboys win.
Oh my God.
That's after the Cowboys win.
Rodney, did they use your bathroom too? I mean, did anybody, I do have to take this back. I always talked about, I just don't go to the bathroom at someone. Well, when I go to my, I've just figured, I went to my, my daughter-in-law's house on Saturday to celebrate Christmas. They had someone there all week, so we did on Saturday. And I know we did takeout. We didn't do the food there, so we did a takeout someplace called Abba's or something. Really good food.
Yeah.
And I mean, it hit me, and I had coffee that morning. I had to use their bathroom.
Oh no!
And then I thought about it, BK, and I said I would never go to somebody else. It was actually the third time that I've taken a dump at their house. Their house is the place that makes me want to take a dump.
What is it like? A smell? Like you go in there and like
I don't know what it is.
Kinda...
I don't know what it is. I said I won't do it at somebody else's house. For some reason, their house makes me get to the point of being so comfortable. I can go around the corner, down the hall, and go to their bathroom and do that.
They're burning incense in there or something?
No, my wife went in after me. I was like, I was back. And after she came back, I was waiting for her to give me the eyeball, and she didn't look. So I must have not been that bad. I was in there for about 10 minutes.
Just got to make sure there's no skid marks on the bowl. That's and if there is, you wipe those down. But no, both young lads went, but I think they only took a piss. I don't think anybody took a crap because I went and checked. And then I took a crap. I went and took a crap in there. I'm like, come on in, boys. Here's what you get.
No, that'd be a great bit if you're a dad trying to intimidate someone dating your daughter. You just take a shit and then you invite them in the bathroom right after you're done. Talking there.
Come on in. Well, it was funny because my wife is probably, I don't know if she's done this around you guys, probably not, but my wife is the best burper that you can find. That woman can.
My wife's pretty serious with it too, man. She can bellow.
So it's like those young dudes are sitting there opening because we got them gifts and everything, and my wife rips a belch out, and those dudes are like looking at me. I'm like, don't look at me.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, the white lady did it.
Oh my God! Well, all right, guys, we'll let y'all get to it.
Have a great
show.
Have a safe flight, man.
Thank y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Later.
See you later, boys.
Brother. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year right around the corner. And I guess it's still going to be happy. We'll be playing a New Year's Eve Bowl, but I mean, not exactly planned for, all the hype and all the hoopla that I guess Georgia is probably going to be collecting when it's all said and done with. At the end of it, I've picked Georgia and the Dogs to kind of run away with this college football playoff, and I think that's going to come to fruition. How was your NFL holiday season?
Man, good NFL. A lot of NFL. It was like, and I'm glad that there was NFL kind of mixed in there, even though the Christmas slate, I mean, other than the Cowboys, the Christmas slate was, it was NFL. I guess that's what you can go back to. I mean, like Dak Prescott, I heard some conversation about the quarterback play on Christmas Day. And it's like, well, Dak is playing at an all-time level for himself. So that was really good. But the bowl games, to me, it was like, can we get a good one? And I guess we finally did on Saturday is when they started getting better. But some of that shit was damn unbearable to watch.
And so games, you bring up a great point, and I'm glad you brought this up. So remember how it used to be before all this shit kind of went down with NIL, with the transfer portal, with the college football playoff, to where we were just sitting around the holidays waiting for any bowl game to come on so we could watch it. Right? Like I felt like I don't care who's on. It's a football bowl game and I want to watch it. Now I feel like I don't have any type of skin in the game or any type. I'm still going to watch it, but I mean, it's not. I'm not dying. It's not like appointment sitting TV anymore, to where it's the only thing that I have to watch now. It's shit. We've made so much. We put so much emphasis on the college football playoff. Like, if it's not a college football playoff bowl game, I'm not even interested in it anymore. Which is, it's crazy. Even like Michigan versus Texas, I'm not even that interested. I'm going to watch it, sure. But I mean, if like I didn't have any skin in the game, or if I didn't have to watch it, I probably wouldn't even turn the damn thing on.
And that's where that's the thing about it, to where these games are going on, and it's like, okay, I really want to get interested in this, right? But I can't. And then that's the whole thing where what you're talking about, because it's like all throughout.
Have they made college bowls irrelevant? Outside, excuse me. Have they made college football bowl games outside of the football playoff irrelevant?
I think they really have. I mean, to me, I didn't see good football until in college bowl games until Saturday. And that's I was joking around on Twitter, because I'm like, okay, I'm getting my UFL fix right now. That's what I feel like I'm watching. I'm watching people that are auditioning for the UFL, because with the opt-outs and the other part, what you're talking about, Wags, it's like, as these other games are going on, these also games that are going on, all they're talking about, like during the game, don't forget the college football playoffs coming up. And then at halftime, it's a college football playoff preview, to where it's like, it really does suck that a lot of these teams bust their ass to get over here and play these bowl games, and they really are irrelevant because of opt-outs and transfer portals and games that don't really mean your shit. And I kind of had a moment there during Penn State and Clemson where I'm like, I was thinking back, and I'm like, I think at one point in the preseason, I thought that was going to be for the national championship.
Did you watch Hawaii, California?
Hawaii and I watched the second half of that.
Like, I thought that's when the bowls started getting pretty entertaining, right? Like that starting to get high scoring bowl games, starting to get over unders of over 55 and stuff like that. That's where I started. College football started to kind of get a little bit of a pulse, or find a little bit of life during the holiday season there. No, I took flyers on a few things, right? Like, so that and which brings me to my next point, right? I found myself having to make bets over the holiday season to stay somewhat involved or interested in college football, in the college football slate. Whereas 2 or 3 years ago, I was watching it regardless, if I had, a parlay down or not. But I don't know. I just feel like the stature of the college football bowl game is starting to dwindle away, because all the emphasis is on the college football playoff.
Yep.
And I know that it used to be the same way, to where, certain bowl games just didn't have the hype or didn't have the prestige as the Orange Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl that year, whoever was hosting the national championship. But still, there was something that everybody would seem like they were playing for. Yep. Now it's kind of like what Sarkisian said. We're going to roll out we're honored to be invited to the bowl, and we're going to roll out our fruition to see, how they our next upcoming underclassmen, to see how they handle the bowl game, and see if we can get them reps. Like, great, sure. So you don't even care about the win. You're just trying to get reps for the team. I get it. No, but a win is house money. I get it. I don't know. And maybe this is how the view, or I guess the vantage point, has been the entire time. It's just, maybe my eyes are just now opening up to it.
No, it's becoming more and more obvious, because I remember growing up as a kid, like you're talking about, and then in the later years, teen into my 20s, to where it was a really big honor to get to a bowl game, but it wasn't so easy to get to a bowl game is the thing now, to where it's like you hear some of these teams where it's like they get their 6th win, they're bowl eligible.
They're now, you get your 6 wins, you're eligible, boom, you're just happy to get to a damn bowl.
Yeah, and that's where it sucks for those teams, to where the teams that really do, I don't know, Central Michigan, New Mexico, some of these teams where it really is a big deal for them, and paydays. I mean, look, man, I was looking forward to Florida International and UTSA.
It didn't look like a big deal for Central Michigan when they showed up against Northwestern, or whether they didn't show up. So.
Well, see, I thought that FIU and UTSA, and again, this is where when these now with the nature of the bowl games now, it's like if there's a Texas team involved.
Oh, UTSA, you're going to turn it on. You're going to watch it.
Yeah, I want to turn it on. And it's like, Wags, there were 8,800 people there. It's like, Okay, and that sucks. That sucks, but it's
And
just
if you're a player, like, how do you get up for that?
I
Right?
know.
Like, you walk out and you see those stands and you're just like, yeah, here we go. And it's to Rob's point, what he just said right here. By the way, all you New England Patriots fans, congratulations on taking home the AFC. I guess it feels familiar, right? You guys took a little bit, of a hiatus, a couple of years, not being able to collect the AFC title, and now back to familiar familiar surroundings and stuff. But yeah, the bowl games are competitive spring games now. I absolutely agree with that, man. Especially when you're not even playing, most of your star players, or you don't even know how many players you're going to be rolling out for your game. It's kind of like a competitive spring game to where you're just seeing, how much underclassmen are going to be able to play or get some decent reps and kind of have somewhat of an inkling of a shining moment.
Yeah, and it was just a couple of things that I liked over the weekend. One of them being like in the Clemson game, Cade Klubnik. It'd been real easy for that dude to not play.
Actually, that's a good point too. Would it have been easy, or do you think that he has to kind of, I don't know, it's weird to say this. Does he have anything yet to prove? Does he still have stuff that he needs to prove to NFL scouts? Like, are there questions and concerns with drafting Cade Klubnik?
I wouldn't think so. I think that he's pretty solid. Like, you can go back to last year to where, again, Clemson just fell apart. I mean, whether it's the program, the ideology, whatever it is, it just hasn't worked there with them. And to see him out there playing, and then as they trailed the whole damn time, as they're losing the game, and he's sucking. Because he's throwing to fifth string guys.
He's got to put everything up for it. Like,
yeah. And the fact that he stayed in the game, Wags, I'm like, that's admirable. That there is some of that. And the other thing that some of the emotion in that game, Terry Smith after the game, Penn State interim head coach, you've got the move made. This sound right here is pretty powerful.
It means everything. It's we lived on this model of sharpen the pencil, write your own script. We dictated the terms the last 4 games. I can't be more proud of these guys, the kids. They played their hearts out. What a resilient group. They could have laid down and quit. They didn't have to play. They didn't have to come show up here at the Pinstripe Bowl, but they did. And they played really, really hard. It's just a testament of Penn State and the character it builds coming to a great university like that.
I don't care.
I guess a great way to put a bow on tumultuous season for Penn State. I'm sure, right? Take the optimistic side wherever you can. But I guess this leads how big was that win in actual reality? Like, was that a saving program win? A saving season win?
I think it's one of those things where they're taking a step in the next direction.
That's my what direction? Where are they going? What's next for Penn State? This was a team that was touted as a national contender, right? A national champion contender this preseason. It kind of all fell apart week 4. And look, I'm not trying to point fingers and say, our season sucked too. But like, you want to talk about preseason pundits that kind of got it really wrong. Like, that's one that kind of just fell off the rails pretty quickly there,
yeah, it really did. And that's where, is that their quarterback?
What is the next state for Penn State? Like, what's the next step for Penn State? How do they atone? How do they get back on the right foot?
To me, it seems like what's going to be so important for Penn State and Michigan, the upcoming opponent for Texas, with the addition of Kyle Whittingham as the coach, that really didn't surprise me. This all seemed kind of like it was going that way anyway, but we'll get to that later. Do have a Michigan insider tomorrow for us, Wag.
Okay.
I meant to mention that to you. It just seems like you have to keep intact what you have to where you're not going to have there's not going to be a fire sale that's happening in the portal to where everybody's exiting. You got to go in there and it sucks where you got to win these kids over. You got to Penn State that kid
pretty quickly too. Like, you got to win them over pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, you got to win them over real fast, and I think that's where hopefully Terry Smith. well, I mean, I don't hope it because I don't care about Penn State. I like that they're irrelevant kind of at this point, but it's the fact that he has gone in there and kind of got the ship righted. And it was, what they win. They won 4 games at the end of the season. So it was kind of going in the right direction. So I think that's the one thing you got to preserve that roster as much as you can. And I think winning a bowl game and listening to that right there and the fact that he's going to be on that staff, I think that maybe helps in recruiting to where it's like, okay, if I was a kid and I heard and saw what I saw from him on Saturday or whenever that game was, I'd be like,
I might be able to buy in. I might be able to buy into something like that, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's the main thing because that's what you're doing now. It's a sell job.
It is. It is marketing 101, man. You're recruiting every time you take the stage. 100%.
Yeah. It really is.
I guess there was the BYU Georgia Tech game was really the only one that I kind of missed on the slate. I had Georgia Tech to win. I got I missed on Missouri too. I took Missouri over Virginia. I got Houston over LSU, and I got North Tech. I picked this straight up. I took North Texas and San Diego State. I didn't know too much about San Diego State, but North Texas, that was probably the game of the slate right there. 49-47, the total outcome on that. Almost 100 points to our liking there, Mr. Amigo. Mr. Mestamaker. Huh? 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, kind of all over the place. But hey, nice little sayonara and sign off to his time there at North Texas because he's definitely going to be going somewhere else after.
And that's another dude to where it's like, you know what, I'm going to transfer, but I'm going to play. I'm going to play, and that's where he learned that at Vandy. He learned that at Vandegrift, where you never.
Where's the next spot for Mestamaker? Do we have kind of a crystal ball on where he's going?
I don't know if he's going to follow his coach to Oklahoma State. I mean, that would seem to be the most logical thing. I think if I were Drew Mestamaker,
I feel like he's played, and that's the one thing that I've seen mainly, right? That he's probably going to be a cowpoke, but like I feel like he's played up a level of Oklahoma State. I feel like he can play better than Oklahoma State, right?
Yeah. I think if he's going to,
there's got to be a better landing spot than Oklahoma State.
You know where I think would be really great for him, and he could probably get a good payday. I think if he went to Tech, I think if he went to Texas Tech, I think that he could get some good money and get in there. I mean, real good money. Get some of that oil money, go in there and be the commander there for Texas Tech. I think that would be a great spot.
That wouldn't be a bad move.
I had a buddy that reached out to me and said that Tennessee possibly had pretty big interest. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that if you go to the Big 12, if you go to Tech, that's a spot for you where you can elevate that program. I mean, hell, they're Big 12 champions now, and that's an upgrade for them. So maybe, but it's so funny how the environment changes so fast because you go back and you look, Drew Mestamaker wasn't on anybody's map at the beginning of the year. Neither was UNT. Now the running back from UNT, that may be Texas's option to replace the fallout that you have in the running back room in Austin. So it's so funny how all of this changes. So
are they not saying that Ball is slated for Texas anymore?
Well, he hadn't hit the portal. He hasn't hit the portal as far as I know. So he's still there, but I have to think, Wags, that Quintravian Wisner, of course, we see on Thursday or Friday, whenever that was, that he's hitting the portal. There was immediately my first thought was, okay, that dude thought he was going to be number one. Somebody big's got to be coming in.
That's what I'm saying. Ball. Like I feel like there's news out. Like what's changed? Because last week Wisner was staying, was he not? Or 2 weeks ago Wisner was staying. Right?
Wasn't even a concern. It wasn't even a thought.
And now all of a sudden he's just in the portal. So what has happened since then to make Wisner say, oh, okay, so my time's going to be dwindling away here at Texas because this guy's going to be taking a little bit more of the totes away from me. I need to go and be a number one somewhere else. Who's coming in?
It would have to be.
That's the question, right? If Wisner's coming out or leaving, who's coming in? Who's coming in that made Wisner say, all right, I better go get my bag somewhere else?
And I think that it would have to be somebody like Jaden Baugh that should get the majority of the snaps because Wisner is probably tired of sharing the backfield because we've talked about this in the past.
Can Wisner be a feature back though, or does he have to have a payload pal? Right.
It seems like against OU and A&M, that's where they continually use him. but then you don't do that other times during the season. That's where I just can't understand some of what the staff does.
That's the design of the offense too, right? Like this offense is designed for high tempo, a passing attack, and then towards the second half you lean on the run and kind of push the fatigued defenders over while their hands are on their hips, instead of running first and then kind of throwing them away, right? I think when Sark breaks tendency like that, usually that's when you see Wisner start to run the hell out of people, man. And it just comes in great scenarios, or maybe that's just Sark's magic, magical card to where, he can pull that thing at any instant to say, oh, we're going to change tendency and kind of, win, pull up and upset when people are expecting A&M or Little Brother to kind of, beat down on the Longhorns that year. He does break tendency pretty well. Sarkisian does. So
yeah, he really does.
I will give him that. And when a lot of predictable plays, but the dude can break tendency pretty damn well.
Yeah, he really does. And it's in those games where he does that to where it's such a head scratcher to why are you not doing that? During the seasons. Yeah. So 4 running backs are gone.
I saw 3. I did not see 4. I've seen 3 so far that are penciled to leave. I didn't see the 4th one. So
yeah, it's 4, and then plus Gibson, so it's actually 5. Remember, Gibson left in the middle of the year, so it's actually 5 that are gone there. And that when I start seeing all this where people are transferring out, I mean that comes to me. Where is it an internal thing? Is there something going on there? I think it's.
I think the writing's on the wall. I think people are seeing the depth chart. I think the exit interviews happened, and people are wondering what they're how much playing time they're going to be receiving next season. And I think coaches are being honest. Well, this guy's potentially coming in, or here's some people that we're looking at in the transfer portal, and people get that information. They're like, okay, well, if that's happening, based off of the season that this guy had, or just where this guy is in his ability, I might want to step out and exit stage right and go see if I can, grow someplace else where I'm planted. So,
and
that's the only thing that I can kind of make with this, deduce and kind of, pinpoint things. But hell, man, we're all kind of just throwing shit at the whiteboard and seeing if it sticks at this point, guessing if people are coming in here because, the running back room is leaving. So.
Yeah, it's definitely. And that's where I saw something over the weekend to where
I didn't see Gibson. I saw Wisner, Stewart, and Baxter.
Yeah, Gibson was during the season. He was totally during the season. So, and that kind of brings you, we can start breaking down Texas, Michigan in the next day or so. But so that's Christian Clark got the run with the ones, in the media practice that happened over the weekend. And that's where during the course of the year, I mean, I remember thinking, okay, do we get to see Christian Clark? I mean, James Simon, what are you getting those guys? This is a hell of a way to find out. But of course, Michigan's missing parts and pieces as well. So it really is. Again, this is going to be a spring game where you're trying to figure out what you have, but you've got to get that splash in the running back room. And that really does make me believe that somebody big is coming. It's got to be.
Here's the thing, too. Like Texas is a blue blood. All right, there should not be a year, or there should not just be a spell to where we're worried about what's in the running back room. Right? There should always be a succession plan. There should always be somebody that's able to spell a number. I guess better said, there should always be a number 1 in waiting.
Should be depth,
right?
Should be like
there should be a few number 1s in waiting, right? But I guess that's the nature of the beast now with college football and the NIL and transfer portal. Like, people don't want to wait for success. They don't want to wait for their time. They want instant gratification because the amount of reps that they have is probably limited, right? And they want tape. They want tape on them. They want scouts to be able to see what they can provide, and they want to showcase their skill set. If that's not happening,
well. And I saw something over the weekend that there was a report that Quintravian Wisner apparently, he's going to the portal, whatever, that he asked his agent, oh, so I'm going to the portal? And that's where it's the difference now to where the agent drives so much, to where it's like somebody has probably reached out and wants to pay, And that's where, even if you were settled in your spot, I mean, does Texas counter that? Is that the next thing that we're going to get into, where there's a bidding war? I don't know if I'd get into a bidding war.
I mean, I could sit here and say that that a lot of it seems short-sighted, but I'm not into that. I'm not in their scenario, right? Like, to me, I think it's short-sighted to take the bag, to take the instant gratification right then and there, right, where you could probably stockpile success by staying at a team that is like Texas, or a program that is like Texas, to where, yeah, you might not be the number one, you might not be getting 70% of the totes, right? But you're going to get 55% of the totes, or you're going to get 45% of the totes, and you'll still have NFL featured, or you'll still be an NFL featured offense, right? You'll still be in a pro set offense, to where scouts can be like, okay, he can make some Sunday plays. You go to a smaller program, you might be the guy, but are you in a pro set style offense? And that's another thing too. Like, you're also, if you're going to a program that's not up on that level, are you going to have the same amount of success, because you won't have the same type of people around you, right?
Yeah.
Like, will you have decent blockers? Will you have people that can allow you, or a line that can allow you to get 100 yards, per week? You got to take all that in consideration, right? If you're leaving the talent, how much talent's going to be around you? And that was the whole thing. That's the whole scenario with Quinn, right? When people thought that Quinn was going to be transferred and going somewhere else, to let Arch kind of come in and kind of get his wings starting to sail. The other side still, or the grass on the other side is still grass, right? It's just green, right?
Yeah.
That's just grass.
Yeah. And yes, you guys are correct. I'm sorry, I miscounted. It's Wisner, Gibson, Baxter, Stewart, the young guy. So that's what you've lost at this point. So you've lost 4. And you've got Clark, Simon, Michael Terry. That's a dude that's going to factor in. He's been getting work at running back. So I think that could kind of be a Swiss Army knife type of guy that's going to factor in here, maybe with screenplays and all the different stuff that we might see on, when is that game? Wednesday, Thursday?
How many freshmen? 2. We got 2 freshmen that are coming in, due to come in. Or no, I don't know if that's accurate. Might be 1 that has been signed. I don't know if the second's been signed.
And here,
I know it's been 2 targeted. So
Temple of Brutus is actually asking the question that I really wonder. And again, we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard internal squabbling. We haven't heard whatever. But to me, it just seems like, especially here, especially at Texas, that if the culture is really going that well, why are people leaving? And again, playing time, I get that. I get that. And now we're not just talking about players. I'm sitting here mentioning people's agents and their camps and their family. There's so many people that are involved in this now, and now you can just pick up and leave. But maybe it is playing time. But I do wonder, is there something going on in there that I don't know, that just isn't right for some people? I don't know. Maybe it's not even a story.
People leaving is definitely, concern. It's definitely, draws a white flag, or a red flag rather. But here's the thing too. Like, I think we have to take in consideration, the era of college football. But a great counterpoint to that is no other programs are having a running back room leave, right? And I don't think this would be the case if Coach Choice was. I think a running back coach makes the difference. It absolutely does.
Right there.
Coach Scott was not that great of a running back coach. I think we can all agree, right? And I think once the right guy gets in, sure. And there seems to be, some unknown at the running back room, or at hell, just what's going on with Texas at the running back room. That could be the Achilles heel right now for the Texas Longhorns, which just seems crazy, because going back off of what I said, there should never be a drought in the running back room at Texas. Like, there should always be 2 number ones ready to roll. But again, I think we're seeing a different era of college football that makes it difficult to stockpile, bell cow running backs these days, a la Nick Saban. That's why you left, buddy.
And that's where, like when you play dominoes, you sit there and you try to butt the ends together and you do whatever. That's where kind of putting this puzzle together when it comes to the running back room at Texas. It's like, okay, Chad Scott, you have one player you have a running back that leaves in the middle of the season. Chad Scott is not going to be doing that job anymore. He's relieved of his duties. You get a new guy in place, and then pieces just start falling apart. I would have thought that with the acquisition of the new running backs coach, that maybe that would keep people in place. And that would be, we didn't like what was going on here before. We didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher here for the first time in Sark's era. But it maybe does go back to the fact of what you were saying, Wags, to where Jaden Ball's coming here. And this dude is bringing him with him, and it's very clear this guy's going to get the totes. And,
well, let me ask you another question, right? Because we're talking about how people just want to be the featured running back. Do you need 2 bell cows these days in college football? I know the game has changed, but do you still need to be able to lean on 2 bell cow running backs? I mean, look at George. Georgia's got Frazier and Jesus, who's the other running back that it's eluding. His name's eluding me right now, but Georgia's got just running. It just seems like running backs galore. But I can't think of the young man's name right now. But anyways, do you need 2 running backs, 2 bell cow running backs in your program to have, I don't want to say continued success or sustained success, but it feels like just you can't just have a third down back roll out there, right? Like I thought Edwards was going to be able to make a splash at Kansas State. That didn't turn out to be anything. That was nothing. So I guess the question, do you need 2 full bell cow running backs to have successful programs, or at least to make a run at a championship season in college football these years?
I think 2 is good. I mean, injuries. You got to factor in
right.
injuries.
I mean, the battle of attrition is going to happen. But and if that is the case, how do you retain 2 bell cow running backs?
And that's how do you keep them both happy is the other part to where it's like, do you balance this to where you're going to get 13 carries and you're going to get 13? Somebody might get 14 one game. And that's where it sucks right now, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Bowens is who I was thinking about. Thank you.
Because if one dude gets more carries or something happens and there's more attention given to whatever, and so makes a bigger splash, I think it's just even harder to entertain having 2 bell cow running backs right now, because it's all about that instant gratification. And these kids are
like, look at Ohio State last year, right? Henderson and Juckins.
Yep.
Like, I feel like you almost have to have that. Like when one's out, you have to have somebody coming right in to be able to tear the wheels off of you, man. So I guess my point of what I'm trying to get to here, dancing around this thing on Monday, if we're losing all these running backs and we're solidified just on 1 bell cow running back coming in here, how prevalent will that be, moving forward? Like, sure, even if it's Ball, right? If Ball's the guy coming in, what about the succession plan? Right? Like Ball can't tote the rock every damn play.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other part to me is with the scheme of Steve Sarkisian, like we were talking about, to where it's like a revolving door. It's like you won't be steadfast with one running back unless you're playing OU or A&M. I mean, if Baugh comes here, I mean, is that a stipulation in the contract?
I'm going with the stars aligning that Ball is coming here. Right.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm kind of deducing with Wisner wanting to leave, all of a sudden knee-jerk reaction. I'm not staying at Texas anymore. 2 weeks ago, I was happy. Everything was great. We were coming back. We were going to be running for a championship, running for a Heisman. And now deuces 40.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I owe this staff an amazing, thank you. Just thank you so much, man.
Yeah. See, Wags, I happen to think, because I know I thought it during the season, where I'm like, if CJ Baxter wasn't so banged up, I mean, the guy's always, whatever. I think that the two-headed running attack of Contravian Wisner and CJ Baxter would have been a great
100. I thought they were 2 of the best. I thought they were 2 of top 10 running backs in the SEC.
Absolutely. And that's why I thought that, if you can just get CJ Baxter. And I mean, I know health is hard to fix and stuff doesn't
especially like when you're that prone to injury too, right? It almost seems like whenever the guy fell down, he was getting injured. So.
It was more of a what could have been thing to me, or it's like,
right. Or maybe featuring a 2-back, a 2-back offense, right? Instead of having the Sarkisian, run and shoot. Or hell, it's not even called the run and shoot anymore. But anyway, a high tempo offense. With Sarkisian, I thought maybe if you kind of went to the ground and pound a little bit more, and you kept both these guys happy, you probably wouldn't even none of them probably be leaving. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's all hypothetical at this point because we're sitting here not playing for a college football playoff. So,
but it really is. You mentioned Tashard Choice a while ago, and I bet he wishes he was still here because Detroit bounced from the playoffs, by the way. But it's how much of it was what he had intact here? No offense to Chad Scott.
Well, it seemed like a lot of it was. It seemed like a lot of what Coach Choice was doing was, or at least the success that we were having was all based off of Coach Choice.
I do think that
it goes to show you what a good running back coach or a good position coach can do for you, right?
Mm-hmm. And I do think that with this Cheez-Its Bowl, I do think that Christian Clark and James Simon, I think we're going to get a good double dose of those dudes to figure out what you have with them because one of these people's got to be the second guy.
We saw a good dose of Clark and Simon over the middle of the season, right? Throughout the middle of the season. And I'll be honest with you, Simon has shown and proven to me, and I would assume most of Longhorn Nation, right, that he's steady with the hands. Like, he doesn't put the ball on the ground. He's pretty sure with it. Now, knock on wood, I don't want the guy to go out there and have the worst game he's ever had in his life, but yeah, he's steady-handed, sure with it, and usually you'd like to think that he's going to be able to keep the ball in possession. So,
and it's hindsight's 20/20, and ifs, ands, and buts, and shits and whats, and all these different things. 6 1, half dozen or the other. But that's where I go back and I look at this running back room. Like if Jaden Blue would have hung around, that dude shouldn't have gone to the NFL. It's like, I mean, you could have had that two-headed hybrid.
What you just said, man. If Ip and Nuts were candy and butts and shit like that. So
absolutely.
All right, NFL slate. I mean, we talked a little bit. We'll break down Michigan and Texas tomorrow, man.
Yeah. How about we sponsor shoutouts? Because where we at? We're at 45.
Well, let me tell you about our guy Hurricane Heck. Then, man, we're quarter of. Let's tell you about Hurricane Heck. When that storm hits, and that storm's right around the corner, that cold front's already come in. You got to call Hurricane Heck. He's your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Wears a burnt orange suit, or that's the rumor, apparently. You got to call and ask him about that. He's not just a lawyer, though. That burnt orange suit and that pride goes strolling through that courtroom there, right? Injured in a car accident, and you got any type of personal injury at all, just give Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Tell them the Texas crew, or tell them the boys from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV for the holiday season for the brand new 2026. You want a brand new 2026 vehicle? Maybe you want something pre-owned. Well, there's one place to go. It's Covert Bee Cave. They've got them on the lot. Check it out online at covertbeecave.com. Find that piece of inventory that you're looking for. Make that phone call. Take the beautiful drive out there during the holiday season. Nobody's working right now. Nobody works now. Nobody's going back to work till January 5th, for crying out loud, after we get all these bowl games out of the way and we set the college football playoff and go to the NFL playoffs. Be a satisfied Covert Bee Cave customer like these folks.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
All right, thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. Had a neighbor pop over for Christmas Day, popped over to drop off a very nice gift. She was also admiring my Humbug holiday lights, by the way. Said, man, that looks really, really good. I said, yeah, they can take care of you as well. She said, I want to see that studio. Take me upstairs. Came up. Famous last words. I said, the last woman that told me that, I married her. Anyway, brought her into the studio. She took a look around. I had football galore in my AV Consultation studio. It's holiday time. AV Consultations is ready to take care of
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There it is, the mic drop. Got a mic drop. I got a mic drop for Christmas. There it is. Mic drop from our man, Tom McKay. If you're looking for that renovation project, you're looking around the house and you say, I want to update my kitchen, my bedroom, my bathroom, wherever it is, got to tell you about my friends. You know, you see them right up there. It is Mike McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. One of the highlights of my 2025 is the updated primary bathroom, and that was done with my great friends that took care of, just took a lot of pride in the work that they did here. They came in and they treated my home as if it were theirs. That's what they want to do for you. They've been doing that for 4 decades, a father-son team right here in the Central Texas area, family-owned and operated. Check out the A+ BBB ratings. Check out the Google reviews. All of that is there. You're going to see double R on there because I'm very happy with what they did here. New construction, looking for a new property. They've got an in-house design team that can help you with that as well. But add value to your home. That's what they've been doing for 40 years, and they want to do that for you. It's McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and get that free estimate, that free estimate, 512-633-9580. We'll do a mic drop for them as well.
Boom.
How about that? My man. Mic drop. NFL, out of control. NFL. There's not a clear-cut favorite right now, Wags. It's like, I don't know.
You don't think the Rams, out of the NFC, you don't think it's the Rams?
No, I really don't. I think the Rams are the best.
I don't know how San Francisco continues to win.
I told you, those guys, it's like, how are they doing this? It's like San Francisco they are beat the shit up and they still keep winning. And they might be the number 1 seed depending on what happens next week. This is oh, dude.
A little bit of selfish talk right here for the NFL slate. NFL Fantasy Football Championships.
Wouldn't know. Wasn't in one.
I have no business being in the championship. I am riding on the coattails of one King Derrick Henry.
Dude, what a night from that guy, right?
What a night. I'm going up against the guy that has Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Puka Nacua, Ashton Genty. Who's his other running back? Cook, not Dalvin Cook, James Cook. Sutton, Cortland Sutton. This dude's absolutely loaded. Bowers, but Bowers is gone, right? Or Bowers is hurt for the year. But yeah, did I mention Puka Nacua? Oh, AJ Brown. He's got AJ Brown. So this dude should have been blowing me the hell out of the water. And I got a 30-point, 40-point advantage right now going into Monday night. I still got Bijan Robinson to tote the rock for me. He does have Puka Nacua. So if Puka Nacua has one of his 250-yard nights, there's a chance that he could still kind of come back. But I think I'm securing the fantasy football championship in my dynasty league. One of my dynasty leagues.
Awesome. So is this a
very lucky?
So where are we going to celebrate? So this is money, right? This is money in the.
But here's the thing, like you know how many leagues I play in, right? I'm basically straddling. Like I'm going to break even with this win. So I lost in 2 leagues. I'm going to win in 1. And then the other 2 that I'm in aren't really that big of money leagues. So, but this is a pretty big money league.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
So yeah, I see you, Bear. CMC is still CMC, but would he be without Charlie Checkdown Brock Purdy? I mean, like that's all their offense is. And no George Kittle last night. They bring in Tongas and still find a way to implement him in the lineup. And yeah, Brock Purdy it doesn't matter who's in there. He's going to make players into playmakers, man.
I've got to tell you, for all the folks that want to sit there and poo-poo on Kyle Shanahan about the 28-3 and all these different things, look what he's done here with this team. Because I mean, you don't have Fred Warner. I mean, you had Mac Jones in there running this team. He elevated Mac Jones into a damn good starting quarterback in the time that he was in there.
It feels like he's got a very easy system to play in if you're a quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very accommodating schedule. And the other part of it is, like I keep mentioning, Wag, San Francisco had one of the hardest schedule, or still has one of the hardest schedules in the NFL this year.
It's a pretty damn tough division too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. There's no, and that win last night against the Bears. And again, this is a beat up defense. And it looked like Caleb was about to drive these guys right down there. And I'm sorry, Caleb Williams, I didn't believe in you, but you have shut my ass up this year because but again, that's a Ben Johnson system. And this is where you talk about a coach. Detroit's not in the playoffs, Wags.
No, they're out. They are not in. You know a team that can still get in the NFC. The NFC is kind of settled, except for Carolina and the Bucks, right? We'll be seeing how that plays in. Hey, that's hell, man. Winner takes all right there for the division coming up. There's some high drama. Some high noon drama coming up for next week. But yeah, a team that still isn't out of it. How about the Ravens? Huh? The South plan, the NFC South plan for who's going to get in, and also the AFC North plan for who's going to get into here.
Pittsburgh, all you have to do is beat Cleveland. Come on. Just take care of Cleveland.
Myles Garrett said not so fast. They got something to say about that. So
not so fast. So and
Shedeur Sanders, the Shedeur Sanders led Browns.
So is that dude your starter next year for them, or do you go draft somebody? I mean, what do they do? I think you ride with this guy.
They just took 2 quarterbacks, right? And is there another quarterback in this draft class coming out that is going to be able to turn the tide for Cleveland? No,
they don't
draft a quarterback. They look to acquire draft picks and build around their 2 quarterbacks that they took. And are they the answers? I don't think they are either. But how many quarterbacks? It's the same reason why you're seeing Phil Rivers come out of retirement. It's the same reason why Tom Brady is now talking about getting out of ownership with, or flirting with the idea of getting out of partial ownership with the Raiders and coming back and playing ball. Like, he has dropped a few nuggets the past couple of weeks. Like, I could still come out here and be a top contender in this league. He ain't bullshit. He could come out and lead the league in quarterback play. I honestly believe that. That is why I picked him up in my dynasty league, just to store him on my bench in case he does come back, man. And it's not just so I can play him; it's so nobody else can use him against me. All right,
the thing about Rivers, to where it's like people saying Rivers was okay. I mean, Rivers played the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Jaguars. I mean, those are all playoff teams. Yeah, and he was 63% in passing for a guy that's been on the couch.
He can't get the ball down the field. Double R. He just can't. Like he outside of 15 yards, they're inaccurate, or not inaccurate. They're not. They're not as efficient, right? Like, I guess you could sit there and say that you could play him as a one-phase defense and just kind of stack 8 in the box and say, like, all right, if Jonathan Taylor can't beat us, Phil Rivers isn't going to throw us away, right? Or Phil Rivers isn't going to throw us out of this coverage and make us roll into another coverage. You could basically play them from maybe a 2-set defense if you think about it, which is kind of why they're struggling. Same reason why Pittsburgh's struggling on their offensive set, right? They don't have anybody to stretch vertically. They can only play from 10 yards and in. They don't have anybody that's a wide receiver. This isn't because of Aaron Rodgers, right? They just don't have a wide receiver that can stretch and kind of make the defense vulnerable in terms of, with vertical routes and stuff like that. They just can't get there. They don't have that domination on the sidelines yet. So they got to play from 10 yards or 10 to 15 yards in, and that makes a defense very, very easy to play, or that makes an offense very easy to play against.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if Pittsburgh actually has the route cleared for them. I I think it's going to be Baltimore when it's all said and done with, and you're going to have that scenario up in the air. Like, okay, is this Tomlin's last hurrah, or is Tomlin the reason why we need to move on and kind of look for more, championship play for Pittsburgh and Steel City? So
I think it's finally going to hit the head of what, not hit the head like take a piss, but it's going to come to a head to where I think there's going to be a mutual, especially if Pittsburgh loses here, or if they haven't won a playoff game in so long. I mean, I think that's the whole thing where if you get in the playoffs, you got to win a playoff game, or at least be competitive, because the playoff games that they lost, that they've lost as of recent,
it's been Pittsburgh purgatory, right? Like they've just been kind of doing whatever they can to kind of skate by, right? Like this, they should have been able to capture this thing. Like Baltimore was dead in the water. Baltimore was like 1-4. All right. The Bengals had a shitty start. This Pittsburgh should have been able to take this.
Everybody get back into it.
Right. Yeah. They kept the door wide open, and now Baltimore is getting ready to steal the damn thing away from them.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Ravens. I mean, I don't know the status of Lamar, but I mean, look, Snoop Huntley's been. I mean, shit, roll with that guy.
Yeah,
lean on that running back. I mean,
Huntley is not Lamar Jackson, right? But Huntley can run that offense, can orchestrate that offense. And honestly, all you got to do is just turn around and hand the damn ball to Derrick Henry.
That's it.
Okay. Play some defense, run the ball with Derrick Henry, keep the opposition off the field, right? And wear down the opposition's defense. It's pretty damn easy, right? It seems so simple when you look at it from a bird's eye view. So somehow, some way, John Harbaugh fucks it up.
Well, and the other part of that is, it seems like to me when Lamar came back, a lot of times he was a deficiency, because we saw Lamar making mistakes that he's never made. It's because he wasn't healthy. And so it's like, don't go away from that. Like you said, lean on this dude. And for Pittsburgh, I mean, to me, at some point, this whole no losing season thing has to not be enough. And they don't suck bad enough to go find that next franchise quarterback. That's a thing to where, you keep plugging and playing with quarterbacks, and Aaron Rodgers has been great.
You keep saying for a lot of it, not just you. A lot of people keep saying that next franchise quarterback. My thing is, I don't think that next franchise quarterback is coming up through the draft in a while. Like I just maybe a year or two. I don't really think that there's a quarterback out there. There's not a quarterback out there right now that can turn anybody's season around and make them a championship contender. There's just not.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that goes back to the play of the quarterback room, right? Like that, the position of quarterback right now just isn't that great. And that is the reason why you're bringing in Phil Rivers, 5-year hiatus off of a family picnic, just so he can take the Colts down the field, because no one else can. Quarterback disparity.
I do want to mention too, it seems like to me, because, at the beginning of the year, we're like, the Saints are going to tank, Arch Manning, blah, blah, blah. Tyler Shuck has quietly, that dude might be offensive rookie of the year this year. The Saints may have found a quarterback, Wags. The Saints may have found their guy.
He's not rookie of the year. There's
offensive, not overall. But dude's been impressive. Again, they're beating bad teams, but the Saints aren't tanking, I guess. He started 8 games and won 5 of them, so he's, I don't know, maybe
if he's rookie of the year.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is with the Steelers, it's like Pittsburgh, they're in a position right now where they're trying to go out, it seems like, to find the next Sam Darnold, or to find the next guy that didn't work out somewhere that you can bring in and he revitalizes his career. I don't know how many of those guys are left. Mac Jones? I mean, would Mac Jones be an option for them if they could go out and get that guy? He's been in the Shanahan.
Would you bring Mac Jones? Like, did Mac Jones show you enough this year in Shanahan's offense to where, all right, so maybe things just went wrong with him in New England and Jacksonville, and he, if wherever he lands next, he can build us a winner here. Is that, if you're a GM, are you saying that about Mac Jones? Maybe Mac Jones can build us a winner here.
I think that he can, because New England, the whole thing with New England, that was just a mess. I mean, that was post Tom Brady. You're moving into that. I think Belichick was kind of checked out at that point. I don't know if he's checked out, but I mean, he was doing stupid shit at that point. So I think you kind of have to discount that a little bit. And then with Jacksonville, I mean, maybe that's part of what helped Trevor Lawrence here to kind of bring him to the level that we're finally seeing him. I think I would take a shot at Mac Jones, because you go and you look at some of the flyers that are left. I mean, who's that? Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, is that a dude you can bring in and maybe think that he's going to revitalize your franchise? And Aaron Rodgers, is he going to play? That dude might play again, Wags. I'm not sure that he's going to step away. He's impressed me a little bit. I hate to say that about Aaron Rodgers. But
so I just got a question in on not the text line, I will say the bat line. Somebody from Maryland hit me up. Who do you think is NFL Rookie of the Year on offense? That is a good question. I mean, I think what Double R brings up, like Slow, he's been able to bang it out, right? Like he's been able to stay in there and keep his position, like keep the starting QB position. But honestly, like I'd say Tet, man. Like, look at what Carolina has been able to do, right? Ted McMillan he's just a sensation. He is a rookie sensation. To me, he's going to win Rookie of the Year, honestly. I think the rapport that is being built between Young and McMillan right now is going to be a very deadly tandem, especially in terms of fantasy, right? Like these two are going to be popping off 20 a pop for the next couple of years, man. And if you can you can get another little piece around, like you found a diamond in the rough with Dowdle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you essentially have, you might have one of the top 5 running back rooms in the NFL between Chuba, if you're spelling between Chuba and Dowdle. Now maybe you add just a little bit of a piece. Your offensive line seems to be intact, right? You seem to have a solid offensive line. You add one more piece at the wide receiver, or maybe just a slot wide receiver, and you got yourself one hell of an offense for the Carolina Panthers, which just they seem to grow up out of that cub phase pretty damn quick and become a cat, right? These dudes are strutting now, man. And again, they're playing in the South. The South isn't that competitive just yet, but in a division where you think like Robinson, Bijan Robinson should be able to run away with it, help the Falcons run away with it, especially with that loaded offensive talent that they have there. They haven't been able to put it together. And look, just in this instant, or I can't say instant, in a small 2-year window that Carolina has been building on their offense, they have found a way to put something together. There are a few pieces away, but I think, that being said, they find the right piece to go with it, and this offense could fly. And that's because of Ted McMillan. Like Bryce Young is he's the maestro for sure, but McMillan, in my opinion, is the Rookie of the Year this year.
Yeah. And I will say that with Carolina, because it has seemed like to me where I've kind of joked around where if you had an NFL playoff committee, they would be left out, but somebody's got to get in. I mean, somebody's got to win that division. But I think that yesterday was probably a pretty harsh reality. I mean, yes, Carolina has improved, and I totally agree with you to where they're above the level right now.
It's Tampa Bay, right? For the South, it's Tampa Bay. I mean, or is it? I mean, they're sitting here, they're playing, it's up in arms to see if it's going to be Carolina or Tampa Bay. But like if we take a step back, right? We take a breath and we take a step back. It's and there's no injuries to the season, right? There's no injury riddled season. It's Tampa Bay, right? And then it should be the Falcons.
It should be the Falcons. It may be the Falcons ahead of them, maybe.
Right. Based off of talent, or based off of youth and young talent, it should maybe even be the Falcons on paper, and then the Bucks. Right. And then the Panthers. So we all agree that the Saints are still down. The Saints are the cellar. The Saints are in the basement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, but not as bad. I'm sorry. I was reading a comment, but not as bad as I thought.
You're fine. Sometimes you go on little tangents. I get it. But the Saints are in the basement, and then we got the Panthers still at 3. And then I guess it by default, right? It has to be the Falcons, and then the Bucks. If we're looking at it from a talent on personnel type or on paper, personnel on paper type of conversation here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But this is where I go to with that entire division. I think this past weekend with the Panthers, and again, ahead of schedule, doing great things. Bryce Young, way to go. I mean, that's a great story with him. Remember, they benched his ass. And it's but he's battled back. But the way that Carolina got beat by Seattle, that kind of tells me that's what's going to happen to whoever gets out of that division. I think that maybe Tampa Bay, but I take that back because
whoever comes down the South is just they'll be limping into the playoff regardless.
They're going to be like they're going to be like Dolly Madison or Tulane. I think is what's going to happen with those guys because they're just going to get.
I don't know. I think the NFL is different. I think you're going to see fight in the NFL, right? Regardless. I mean, hell, remember when Seattle was I think they were 9-7. Barely limping in, and then the Marshawn Lynch, they were playing the Saints.
Marshawn Lynch Ravens won the Super Bowl the first time.
Where he throws everybody off, has the earthquake of a run, and throws people all, into the stands and shit, and then runs to glory, and then does the jump into the end zone and grabs his nuts while he's going into the end zone. You remember that one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
all you
Ravens
gotta do is get into the playoffs, Rodney.
Yeah, Ravens' first Super Bowl, they won it that way. Your Giants have won Super Bowls that way, to where you barely get your ass in the playoffs and you go on a run. It's much more favorable in the NFL to make that happen than this oddball idea that it can happen in a 12-team playoff with some of these other things.
To the AFC, what do you think is going to be the outcome of the AFC? You said that there's not really a true favorite, right? Was that just in the NFC, or do you looking in the AFC and you don't see a true favorite in the AFC either?
I just don't see a favorite at all. I mean, this is going to be where I think these playoffs.
You don't think the Patriots have been playing at a top level?
I think they have. I think they have in the regular season, but I think if you get in playoff conditions, I think I'd probably lean to the Broncos a little bit more.
I don't know, man.
And if it's those two, we're setting up Bo Nix against the other dude for the next decade. But I think that the Broncos would win round one. I'm just believing a little bit more in the Broncos right now. But here's the Ravens again. I mean, it's like the Ravens get in this thing. Buffalo, I'm not sold on Buffalo. I'm like, okay, you've missed your time right here. It's not going to happen. That Texans defense, though, if you can generate some offense, if you can get the offense cranking a little bit, Wags, that defense is scary for the Texans. Shit, that is a damaging defense for the Texans.
I'm going to say that New England has the toughest place to play in playoff atmosphere too. I understand Denver is nasty and it gets snowy in Denver too, but when the snow's coming down in Foxborough and you're getting that mix of sleet and just nasty shit that's coming down, Foxborough is just a different beast. It's a different burden, man. I get it. Like the wind gets crazy and everything gets nasty in Denver, but I mean the snow, the Foxborough effect, when that's all going down, I just think New England's just a crazy place to play, man. Hell, Denver struggled in the past. We'll see if it comes to fruition and it goes down. We're gonna have Denver versus New England. Denver going out to New England. I'm gonna take Mike Vrabel and the Patriots.
And the other part about it is this year, no Kansas City. No Kansas City. So it's going to be somebody else.
Thank God.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing fantastic. Cannot complain. Just one more week left in this dreadful Dallas Cowboys season. So I'm doing great.
You're hanging in there, and you're making us all proud.
Thank you. I have the worst job in the world. The world's smallest violin over here.
How do you sum it up, Nick? Because I was like, I was optimistic, then I wasn't optimistic, and then I got optimistic, and I'm like, well, Dak's had a great year. I mean, defensive coordinator, is that the first ball that's going to drop here? I mean, what?
Yeah, that's going to have to be the first point on the agenda. Either change the coordinator or do something that can invoke some confidence into why you would not change the coordinator, which would be implementing scheme or bringing in a pass game coordinator or something of the sort. But if for my money, it would be firing Matt Eberflus and going and getting a Jim Leonard out of Denver or passing game coordinator for the Jaguars as well. I think there's a couple of intriguing options out there, but that's going to be the first point on the agenda, no doubt.
Does that Max Crosby thing have any legs to it? It's like bring that dude in. I mean, you're
Does Max Crosby, if he were to ever, let me phrase it like this: would Max Crosby want to be in Dallas? Yes. Would he ever want to leave Vegas? I don't think so.
I don't think that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the latter. I don't think he wants to leave Las Vegas.
Yeah, he really likes what he's built there. I mean, they treat him like a god over there, and rightfully so, and he's a warrior for them. But if the Raiders ever woke up one day and they were like, all right, let's cut our losses and get this guy in a place where he can win and pick up some draft picks on the way out, Dallas would make sense. And even considering all the picks that they've spent in the last couple of years, I would say go do it if he's on the market somehow this offseason. But that's going to be a fascinating one to track.
Absolutely. Jordan, how you doing, brother?
Man, I'm tired. Getting back in the swing of things. I got my microphone cord from Austin. So
nice.
Doing good. Getting ready for obviously the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl on Wednesday.
Did you wake up feeling the cheesies though?
No, not today. Maybe
not
on
today.
Wednesday though.
Doritos kind of day today.
You know, I did think about taking some time out of my day to remake the Cheez-It commercial with Sark being like, "I've aged y'all well. Some might say perfect." And then it cuts and it's Arch Manning's face and Ryan Wingo's face going, "Cheese, cheese, cheese." But I don't know. I was like, I won't get enough engagement on Twitter for it to be worth it, probably. But
that's why you do it for yourself and not for anyone else, Jordan.
That's right.
What's on the agenda? What's on the slate?
Well, a lot has happened since we did a show a week ago, last Monday.
Yeah.
So.
Knee-jerk reactions. Wisner was happy 2 weeks ago.
I mean, I don't know how accurate that is. We're going to talk about.
Apparently, he was happy.
Yeah, I guess, but
he didn't want. He didn't want to leave.
I'll say this from my 30,000-foot view. This looks like a prime example of a guy who, and I love Trey Wisner, love covering his recruitment. This looks like a guy who maybe thinks he's worth a little bit more than he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go out on this market. He's going to realize that there's not as much of a market as he maybe thinks there is. But I hope I'm wrong because, again, I like the kid, but I don't know.
So we talked in the first half of our show basically just on deduction. Right, like we deduced that Ball or somebody big is coming in because of the knee-jerk reaction, and Wisner, who seemed to be okay with status quo 2 weeks ago, now he's like, okay, I'm out of here. So, your all's thoughts on that? Is that because some pieces are coming in potentially? Right.
I was gonna wait to talk about it, but this is.
Hey, I'm sorry to kind of.
No, you're all good. So I actually wrote kind of a column on this. If y'all want to check it out on Horns 24/7, titled "It's Just Business," explaining
shameless
Trey Wisner's exit.
No, that's what I do. I set people up for plugs.
Plug.
I'm the plug guy. Yeah. I'm a plug guy. I'm a plug.
I appreciate it, but here's the deal: Texas is going to go in the portal for running back no matter what. If Trey Wisner was or wasn't back next year. You have to remember, he was never supposed to be the RB1. It only happened in 2024 because Baxter got hurt and, Christian Clark didn't really contribute to it, but he also got hurt. And they missed the entire year. That happened in fall camp. He did really well. He had over 1,000 yards. He went for 1,064. However, he needed 14 games to eclipse 1,000 yards and 15 to reach 1,064. He averaged only 70 yards per game. This year, he finished with like 597. And he only averaged 4 less yards per game than he did last season. But again, he shouldn't have been RB1. He wasn't supposed to be. They thought Baxter would be in a better spot than he was. They thought the other running backs would develop more than they did. And honestly, this season is on Texas for misevaluating the running back spot. But you have to put yourself in Trey Wisner's shoes. You've almost single-handedly beat not only A&M but Oklahoma back-to-back years in a row. And 4 of the biggest games Texas has played in the last 2 years, you showed up and performed and rose to the occasion. Big game Troy. He earned that nickname. So put yourself in his shoes as someone who feels like they single-handedly beat A&M and OU, and then ask yourself how you'd feel when they're going to pay a true freshman running back named Derek Cooper, who has never played a college snap. They're going to pay him more than you, who has been with the team 3 years, has had 4 great games versus rivals. How are you supposed to feel? And on top of that, it's not like he's not stupid. He doesn't have social media. He doesn't have an agent. They're seeing everything online about Jaden Ball, what he would make if he were to go in the portal, what other top running backs should make if they were to go in the portal. And now I do think,
guys, I'm gonna bounce. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Later,
See
you, man.
I do think the main reason that they were going in the portal no matter what is Texas played 9 SEC or 9 Power 4 teams this year. Out of all the Power 4 teams this year, how many would you say had a better running back, RB1 or running back room than Texas? The answer is 6 to 9 of them. The only schools that have an argument to be made are Oklahoma, Mississippi State, and Kentucky.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You know what's wild about Kentucky? Quick sidebar: Seth McGowan is getting like 3rd and 4th round grades right now, which is blowing my mind. But go ahead.
How?
That's what I'm saying. That's blowing my mind right now.
But still, like 6 to 9 teams of the 9 teams Texas played at the Power 4 level had a better running back than Texas did this year. They had to upgrade. And no matter what, if Wisner was going to be back in 2026, it's because he accepted being RB1B or RB2. And they would have loved to have him back as a high-end RB2. But at the end of the day, like if you're Wisner, you have to understand it from his point of view and how he feels. Should he have asked for $1 million? Probably not. But shit, in his eyes, he's been RB1 2 years in a row, has performed great in big games, in rivalry games, and is steady the ship whenever it's not been steady with injuries or other things, new coaches. So with Trey Wisner, it is what it is. And also, like, people like, oh, it's the agent. Oh, it's this. And it's like, man, Trey Wisner probably doesn't have an NFL career. They know that. He has 1 year of eligibility left. He's been a 2-year starter at Texas. He can make a lot of money next year and will make more money elsewhere, not at Texas. And also, he can get more carries elsewhere. That'll help his case to be an NFL player. So it sucks if you're a Texas fan, but at the end of the day,
he doesn't have the speed for the NFL.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just business. This would have never happened 10 years ago, but the game has changed. It's a different world of college football now, and everyone has to get theirs at the end of the day, and that's what he's doing. He feels like he's putting him and his family in the best spot, and I don't blame him at all. I probably would have done the same thing if I was him. So, yeah, it definitely sucks, but it is what it is, and it's just business.
All right, boys. Well, I'm going to get out of your all's business. How about
that? Nice segue.
Y'all be good, man. Have a good show. I'll be listening.
See you, Wags.
Sorry.
Apology not accepted.
Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Don't really have more stuff on the Trey Wisner stuff. If you want to ask me about it, we'll talk about it. Yeah. Antoine said, so now we wait official word from Jack Andrews and Trevor Gooseby for a draft decision. Correct. Gooseby intends to announce it after the bowl game. However, it still does very much seem or is expected that he will be back next year. That could always change. Maybe he has the game of his life on Wednesday, but as of right now, it's more likely than not he is back in a Texas uniform next year. Now, regarding Jack Andrews, not nearly as clear-cut. He's playing in the game, has been practicing for the game, but is either going to go to the NFL or come back, and I don't have as clear of a read on that one. Either one could happen. It's
a bad tight end class, and he could be tight end 2 or 3 in this class based on how teams view Eli Stowers. I would probably put him. I would definitely put him behind Max Clare and Eli Stowers, but he's in that 2, 3, 4 conversation. So, probably something to factor in.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that makes a lot of sense for him. And Texas fans are going to be like, well, he didn't really do much this year. Well, he led Cal in receiving yards, touchdowns, and receptions 2 years in a row, playing with the 2025 Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza. So, yeah. Temple of Brutus said Jaheim White from West Virginia did 800 yards in a horrific offense and is available. Yeah, but he also tore his ACL or had a major knee injury that ended his 2025 season. He's also like 5'6" on a good day and doesn't have top-end breakaway speed. And the only way I think that would have happened is if he would have been the second running back in a two-man portal back class. If Chad Scott was around, he obviously isn't anymore. So with Jaheim White, I don't know. I'm curious what happens with him. You think he'd be leaving West Virginia to move up, but I mean, he's like 5'6" coming off of a knee injury. So he will have an interesting market. Jose said, Jordan, a lot has been made of wannabe agents like Wisner's. What is that, and how is that different to what other top players have in the portal? I don't know where this is coming from. Wisner has a real agent that's a real part of a real agency that works with even other players at Texas. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. At the end of the day, Wisner feels like he's doing what's best for him. And at the end of the day, Texas was always going to upgrade over him, whether he wasn't on the team or not in 2026. Whether that's Jaden Baugh or Hollywood Smothers, whatever his name is, or Isaac Brown from Louisville, he's expected to enter the portal. Like they're going to get a difference maker running back, and know they have to. So I wouldn't be worried about who ends up replacing Trey Wisner. It's obviously a different situation, but in some form or fashion, it is similar to what happened with Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford, where Texas basically said, hey, I mean, y'all can come back, but we're going to recruit someone over you out of the portal, and that player will start. He's going to be an upgrade. And that player was Drew Makuba, and it was a night and day difference. Yeah. Now, you know, whether it's Jaden Baugh or Isaac Brown or someone in the portal that's the difference maker, it will be an upgrade over Wisner. Probably not as big of a difference as Makuba to Jaron Thompson, but it is kind of in a similar way. It's not like Texas told Wisner to get his ass in the portal. We're upgrading over you. But in some form or fashion, they basically did tell him that by not, matching what he wanted them to pay him. So, yeah, that's kind of what I got there. Nathan said, Jordan, Dallas Wilson switching agents from Vernell Brown's dad. Yes, he is. A&M is trying to do a lot of stuff there. If he ends up in the portal, A&M is the most likely spot for Dallas Wilson, at least as of right now. So, yeah. Jaden Woods. So I need to make some calls on this, but Texas is the first school I thought of. True freshman edge rusher for Florida last year, total stud. Who's freshman all SEC, played in all 12 games. I think he started a few of them, and pretty much had the best true freshman edge rushing season in America in 2025. So he will be one to watch for sure. And I personally haven't heard anything between him and Texas, but yeah. Sticky, I need to look at more of these guys in depth. I just don't know them well enough as offensive line portal prospects. But yeah, CBS is a North Texas running back, a possibility for Texas. CB is referring to Caleb Hawkins, true freshman stud for UNT this year. Was he a true freshman last year?
True freshman this year, 29 touchdowns, man.
Yeah. I know he's from Oklahoma, but he's from the OKC Metro, right?
He's from Shawnee, which is just a small town, kind of middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. But he's going to be a hefty price to pay. There's some big bags being thrown his way. So I would have to think he's either running back 1 or running back 2 as far as numbers go in the portal right now. He would have to be.
I mean, Kwan Lacey's going to make over $1.5 million next year, wherever he is. He's in that range.
Yes.
Jaden Baugh is also up there. Isaac Brown will be up there.
If those guys enter for sure. But yeah, it's quite a market for Caleb Hawkins.
Yeah, and do I think Texas is going to be interested to see a possibility for sure? But Oklahoma State is going to be motivated to keep a lot of that, that talent together for Eric Morris. They're obviously going to make a run at Drew Mestemaker. But even Oklahoma, they need a running back. They're in contact. They hit up Trey Wisner already. Oklahoma needs a running back. Oklahoma State are going to be 2 at the top for him, most likely. And, I mean, if you're Texas, you'd love to have him as like a 1-2 punch with a Jaden Baugh, but you're not going to have $3.5 million tied to 2 running backs, especially if you're already going to be paying Derek Cooper 7 figures. So, yes, as much as a dream and as awesome as it'd be to have a Caleb Hawkins and a Jaden Baugh, you don't get both those guys. It's one or the other. Same goes for Isaac Brown or Hollywood Smothers from NC State. So, I mean, you can't get everyone. Temple of Brutus said, So Cooper will be RB2 or better next year as a freshman. I assume Jed is more RB3 at best his first season. I think it'll be portal player will be RB1. RB2 will be the second portal running back take because they're going to have to get 2. And then I'd go Derek Cooper at RB3, maybe RB2. Jet Walker, I don't think is going to play much as a true freshman. Perhaps, in red zone scenarios, goal line scenarios, 3rd and short, 4th and short, because he is a bigger body back. But for the most part, if he's going to play as a freshman, I do think it'll be on special teams. And also, Texas loves they love giving opportunities on special teams to true freshmen and then letting those guys earn opportunities on their actual side of the ball from there. Like Trey Wisner, balled out on special teams year 1 and took that same fiery passion into year 2 when he was actually getting snaps at running back. So, Temple Brutus said, does Texas need defensive secondary positions filled this offseason as well? Linebackers, they're going to need 1 to 2 linebackers. One of them has to be a starting level guy. And then in the secondary, I think they should take 1 safety and 1 corner. That number might be 0 to 2 in total for defensive backs. So I actually did, for the Stampede this morning, a story on 10 transfer portal players that make sense for Texas. Now, this obviously doesn't include the names I've heard that haven't, yet announced their intentions to enter the portal. It's only guys that have announced intentions, but just going to roll through it real quick because I saw some of these names have been asked about. Cam Cook, Round Rock Stony Point product. Texas actually recruited him out of high school, but never offered, they did offer him, but never really pushed for him. He ended up at TCU, didn't play much year 1, was like RB2, RB3 year 2, and then hit the portal, opted to go to Jack State, not in Jacksonville, Florida, actually in Alabama, and led the country or led the FBS in rushing yards, went over 1,600, average.
Are you serious?
Are
you serious?
Yeah, I double-checked it this morning.
I am today years old. Wow. Anyway, go ahead. That's crazy. I never knew that.
Talking about Jack State being in Alabama?
Yeah, I never knew that.
You're such a fake G5er.
I know. Wow. I that is crazy. I never knew that. That is wild.
Everyone finds out that most kids find out Jack State is in Alabama whenever they get offered and look it up. Yeah. You drive by it. I drive by it every year on the way from DFW to Atlanta. The stadium's right off the highway.
And it's like finding out Austin P is not in Austin when you're a kid. But anyway, wow.
I don't think anyone was thinking about Austin P or Jack State. But with Cook, he makes sense. It's kind of a change of pace back if like the RB1 is going to be Ball. But Cook is going to have a high price tag. He'll be able to pick his spot. He's a top 10 running back in the portal. So I don't know how realistic he would be as like an RB2 take. And with that said, I don't know how realistic he would be as an RB1 take. So I think could end up just being a tweener that, him and Texas don't end up clicking kind of like they did out of high school. Nick Marsh out of Michigan State is a name a lot of people know. Was the top prospect out of high school. And in 2 seasons with the Spartans, had 1,300 receiving yards, 9 touchdowns. Excuse me. He went over 600 yards back-to-back years, was their leading receiver back-to-back years, and is what Texas has, typically looked for as a one-and-done, 1-year rental receiver that plays 1 year and then goes to the NFL. He does have 2 years of eligibility, but is very much on pace to be a draft pick. People are going to hate it because he's had some drops. He had 7 in 2025, 1 each per game in their final 7 games of the year, but hey, he can open up a lot of things for the rest of the offense. He's a go up and get it possession receiver. He can offer some after the catch. And like, if you're going, ew, he has drops with only 7 in 2025, what is your opinion on Ryan Wingo? Not everyone's going to be perfect. The people that'll salivate if Ryan Williams enters the portal probably are going to forget he had like more drops than Wingo or Nick Marsh. So it's part of what it is with the receivers, but I do know Texas has had some form or fashion of communication with Marsh and Oris Camp. I do know that. Don't have much more besides that. I do think a USC or a Penn State is probably going to be willing to pay up more than Texas will, but I do think Texas is going to end up with a receiver. Danny Scudero led the country in catches, or led FBS, or not in catches, in receiving yards. Had nearly 1,300 on 88 catches, 10 touchdowns, 14.7 yards per catch, 107.6 per game. His 1 year of eligibility left. Is a true slot. He's played like 90% of his collegiate snaps in the slot. Texas is obviously losing their starting slot, DeAndre Moore, to the transfer portal. Emmett Mosley played like 90% of his freshman year snaps at Stanford in the slot whenever he led the Cardinal in every single receiving statistic in 2024. So, you think, could they move Mosley inside? Could they keep him outside? If they keep him outside, it probably means they're aiming for a portal slot receiver. Scudero is the best one. But I do also think the bowl game is going to have an impact on this. Dalen McCutcheon looks to be getting the start in the slot with DeAndre Moore in the portal. And then you also have a true freshman, Jermaine Bishop, coming in that should be able to play and contribute year one. And then, Cohen Brown is obviously in the mix as well, coming up the pipeline. But, with Scudero, LSU has already been linked to them. I almost said Lincoln Riley. Lane Kiffin needs a few receivers after losing several to the draft and or the portal. And, hey, they call him the portal king. He will get his people to pay up for a Scudero. So, Tulane, IOL transfer, Shader Hirsch, Shadre, I really don't know. But bit smaller, 6'2", 293. But he started 30 games at left guard, 4 games at right guard, 1 game at left tackle across 3 years. 7 of those 30 starts are versus Power 4 teams, Duke, SMU, Ole Miss, OU, and Florida. He's graded really well 3 seasons in a row, better pass blocker than run blocker, but, still has a ton of starting experience, 3 seasons of it. And this season only gave up 7 pressures, 6 hurries, and 1 sack across 477 pass blocking snaps. He's the 4th highest graded run blocker and tied for the 4th highest graded run blocker in the G5 and tied for the highest graded pass blocker amongst guards in the G5. So, could be pretty plug and play. Obviously, Florida is the school to watch here, given that John Summerall is now in Gainesville after coaching at Tulane the last 2 years, or at least as their head coach. Memphis, IOL transfer Malachi Breland. And I will be honest and provide some context. Like, I don't know the offensive lineman in the portal very well, but just from looking over PFF, going through portal rankings real quick, I do think most of the guys Texas is going to be interested in on the offensive line in the portal have yet to announce their intentions to go in the portal. They're going to prefer Power 4, starting experience more than anything. And there's very few, there's none of that right now in the portal. So, but Memphis guard transfer Malachi Breland doesn't have, quite the grades or experience as Hurst, but did start 12 games at left guard for Memphis this season and started 7 games at left guard in 2024, along with 1 game at right guard in 2023. He has 1 year of eligibility left, and or actually 2 years, sorry. And he's 6'5", 340, fits what Flood looks like and kind of that big human thing. And, like Breland, graded as a better, or like Hurst, graded as a better pass blocker than run blocker. Gave up 13 pressures, 9 hurries, 3 QB hits, and 1 sack across 482 passing or pass block snaps. Arkansas, obviously the one to watch here with Ryan Silverfield now in Fayetteville. But speaking of Arkansas, we got Arkansas D lineman transferred Ian Geffrard. I don't know. Need to figure that out. He's 6'5", 387 pounds. Interior D lineman, absolutely just mountain of a man. 682 career snaps, 324 have come in the A gap and 354 in the B gap. He was Arkansas's, best interior D lineman this year. In Texas, they really need an A gap or an over the ball player, especially in Will Muschamp's defense that, puts the nose tackle over the ball on a lot of those snaps. The only player on the roster that's set to come back next year that fits that description is Josiah Sharma, who will be in year 2. So they're going to need to get an A gapper. And this cat is 6'5", 387 pounds, and I believe has 1 year of eligibility left, has experience in the SEC, and is originally from Georgia. So, he's probably going to be the most coveted interior D-line A-gapper in the portal this cycle, or at least is as right now. Keaton Thomas out of Baylor, 25 consecutive games or 25 consecutive starts for the Bears. He's been in Waco for 2 years, was at JUCO in 2023, and then redshirted as a defensive back at West Virginia in 2022. Had back-to-back 100-plus tackles, or a back-to-back season with 100-plus tackles. First Baylor Bear to do that since the 2012 and 2013 seasons. Was a captain for them this year, I believe, was all Big 12, and he finished fourth in the Big 12 in tackles this year. Really just active run and hit linebacker for Baylor. Could come in and start at Texas right away as an off-ball backer. Could be Mike or Will, but is definitely more of a Mike and has a lot more experience there. And speaking of Mike backers, Auburn linebacker transfer Robert Woodyard played opposite of Nick's best friend, Xavier Atkins, this season for the Tigers. Only has 11 starts to his name. All 11 came in 2025, but he's been in the program for 4 years, played in 29 total games, and in 2025 had 67 tackles, 31 stops, which PFF constitutes as a failure for the offense, 16 pressures, 2 sacks, and 1 pass breakup. En route to being the third highest graded linebacker in the SEC, according to PFF. Was also named first team All SEC and has 1 year of eligibility left. And like Thomas is probably, or with Thomas, are probably the most coveted off-ball backers this cycle. He's also like Thomas, where he is a true Mike. Could play Will, but definitely better suited to play Mike. And then Bo Masco out of Rutgers. I believe he's the 4th or 5th highest ranked corner in the portal. Was at Rutgers for 3 years, but redshirted year 1, so he has 2 years of eligibility left. He did spend 2 seasons there in New Jersey with Texas corners coach Mark Orphy, who recruited him to Rutgers and signed him at Rutgers. So they have, the relationship in place. He started 16 games amongst 26 game appearances and, 2 seasons of eligibility left. You can obviously read it in the paragraph on the screen, but one thing I am watching here, while that does make a lot of sense, Kate Phillips and Grayson Littleton are penciled in as starters. Right now, the third starter at cornerback in bowl practice has been Kobe Black. Kobe Black will be in year 3 next year. Do you potentially piss him off and make him run off if you bring in a Bo Masco, who also has 2 years of eligibility left and, would compete for that starting spot, because they're not going to take Littleton or Phillips off the field. So what they end up doing at corner will be interesting. I think depending on how big of a profile that player is, what snap count he's guaranteed, it could push out a Kobe Black or another person in the room that wants more playing time in 2026. So that one will be interesting. And then last but not least, Edwin Joseph out of Florida State. Jelani McDonald did announce he will be back next year, but they still need a safety. 6'1", 201-pounder, played in 28 career games, including 10 starts. 854 career snaps, but 498 of those that come in the slot. So he pretty much is a nickel. Can play either safety spot, though. And, even though the defense will be slightly different with Muschamp compared to what PK had been running, the nickel is still really, really, really important in his defense. They need a physical player who can come up and make tackles, seal off running lanes, and Joseph has some experience doing that. So Texas, I haven't heard this myself, but I did see on 3 reported Texas is one of the schools that has reached out. But regardless, he will end up in the SEC, whether it is Texas or not. So
I don't know. On 3's been reporting some things that haven't been true last couple of days, apparently, in the transfer portal. So, be careful what you see out there.
I think that was basketball, though. But
it was basketball.
I don't know the full story there. We got a Cowboys question. Is Jaden Blue alive? Is he going to be back in Dallas next year?
Yeah, they'll at least give him a training camp shot. I would think he makes the roster next year, but he's going to at least get the training camp shot. It also depends what they do in free agency / the draft. There's some really interesting running back free agent options. I also think you will probably see Jaden this week against the Giants in the season finale. I think he's going to get one more run at it before the offseason.
Are they going to be sitting any running backs, or they're just
I think they're going to sit Javonte Williams. He's been battling a shoulder injury these last couple of weeks. He's pretty much reached every milestone that, is worth it. 1,200 yards, double-digit touchdowns, and he left in the first half against the Commanders on Christmas with that shoulder injury and didn't come back. And then Malik Davis is battling a really nasty eye injury as well as an arm injury. So there's an outside chance that Jaden Blue might even be starting, but I think Malik Davis will at least be active.
Got it. Sorry, I had something texted to me, but All right, I'm going to keep it moving. Nathan brought up, seems like LSU has so many tackle bodies entering the portal. Ori Williams come home. That's cousin of Reuben Owens, Ori Williams.
Cousin.
Yeah. I mean, with Ori Williams, I don't know. Karius Kern, Tyree Adams, Ori, I do think will get some interest from Texas. I think Karius Kern is going to be out of the budget. Like, unless Texas is going to pay him like $1.5 million to play guard, that's not happening because someone will pay him that much money to play left tackle. And then Tyree Adams, I do think there'll be interest there from Texas. They have some ties there from Jabbar Jaluk, but someone is also probably going to pay him starting left tackle money because he can't start at left tackle. If you're Texas, you're not unseating Gooseby. You're not unseating Brandon Baker. So I don't think Adams is likely. Williams makes a bit more sense. Still a long-term developmental prospect. A lot to work with there, but, still needs a lot of work. So, unless Trevor Gooseby is going to change his mind, and, I mean, he still hasn't made up his mind, but it does appear he will be coming back. That seems more likely than not. Unless that changes, I don't think Texas is going to be in the Tyree Adams or Ori Williams sweepstakes, but you never know. Antoine said, interesting that players leave UT and go to Aggies or Sooners. UT should never accept a transfer from those dirty mother effers. Well, Texas did accept a long snapper or punter from OU a few years ago. But with Trey Wisner, that's probably what made you say that. I have heard Louisville, Colorado, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Penn State for Wisner.
That's about the NIL Mount Rushmore right there.
Yeah, the person
always missing Syracuse.
Yeah, shit. Him and Jonte back together. I watch every Syracuse game,
man.
But with Wisner, I mean, the person I talked to is like, look, it's super early. They're going to take calls from everyone, and they're looking for the biggest bag since they don't know if he's going to have an NFL career and are trying to maximize, which I get it. So, yeah. Nathan said, I was hoping Texas would get Riley Dodge. I'd never heard Texas was in the mix there. I heard he was going to TCU, UNT, then heard it was a done deal for TCU, and then like a day later, it's announced SMU got him. So I think SMU just paid up to keep him or get him to University Park and not Fort Worth. So, yep. Jose said, Jordan, I think Texas and Sark were all in on developmental heavy and minimal portal. Does that go out the window this offseason? Is it due to high school misses? Well, they do always want to prefer to be high school or primarily high school. It's cheaper long-term. It's better for the team, the culture long-term, players knowing the playbook, what they're supposed to be doing when they do and don't get the ball and, when they're on defense. But you got to think about it. Texas has Arch Manning right now. Say what you want about him. He is immensely talented and has a different ceiling for this program when he is at quarterback. That is fact. It's his final year in Austin next year. He can come back for a fifth year in 2027. Very unlikely to happen. He will eclipse the 25-start threshold by the end of next season. And if you're Texas, you have to make a push, go all in on year 4. I don't know if all in is how I would describe Texas, approaching this offseason, but I do think, extremely motivated is something you can use. So with that being said, Texas, they'd love to not take any portal players and only develop in-house. But that's not how it works anymore. They have holes to fill in: linebacker, running back, safety, corner, interior D-line, maybe edge, the offensive line for sure. They have to get portal players. So I don't think it fully goes out the window this season. I don't think it's fully due to high school misses because everyone has high school misses. I think the main thing is, hey, they had to upgrade in some positions. In other positions, they didn't have to, but they will because they have a ceiling at quarterback that they usually don't have. So that's what I'd say about that. But yeah, what up, Zay? And another from Temple, Texas, Metroplex Therapon. I don't know. But, yeah, hey, Antoine brought up Ray Gates and Riley Dodge open up 2 powers in the DFW. DeSoto probably going to open. Duncanville looked like it was going to open, but
is he coming back?
He might be.
Jesus, man.
It actually looks like he is.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
Hey, I said it. He should have hung it up after Colin Simmons and Caden Durham graduated.
Keelan Russell.
Yeah. He should have hung it up then.
Yeah.
I mean, Keelan Russell, they lost him into Corian Moore's senior year. They lost in the semis to North Crowley.
Yeah.
But I would have tried to go out on top.
Lancaster's already open. DeSoto probably likely. Duncanville, we'll see.
North Crowley, South Lake open.
Salina probably opens. So there's gonna be some wild jobs open this cycle, no doubt.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, did you see the press conference from Kyle Flood or what he said?
No, I did not.
All right. I'm Kyle Flood. Ask me about what went wrong this year for Texas on the offensive line, and I'll paraphrase basically what he said.
Why are all your offensive linemen overweight?
Yeah, so, our problems on the offensive line, we want, continuity, and, we're trying to play older players and, doing our best to make it work, and, we're trying. Yeah, next question. That's pretty much how it went. He got asked what happened with the offensive line this year, why did it underperform so much? Why did it wait till game 9 for y'all to make the galaxy brain decision? That your 5 most experienced players is probably going to be your best starting 5. And every question he dodged, he didn't give a real answer for anything. And no one expected him to, at least from the media market. That's kind of how he's always handled things in playoff press availabilities or other things. But yeah, so I don't know. With Kyle Flood at this point, I do think he's back next year. And I do think it's going to be a make or break year with a red hot seat under his butt, and they'll reassess it at the end of next season. So I don't know. I see both sides of him coming back versus him deserving to be fired, but at this point, I do think it looks like he's coming back. Also want to bring up that Chris Jackson, we are still expecting his final game to be on Wednesday, and that he will be either in the NFL or at another program next year. Still haven't heard anything when it comes to him re-signing. So, but regarding other coaches on defense, I know some people have been curious. Kenny Baker, Alan Clark, Mark Orphy, are these guys going to be brought back? Kenny Baker very much seems like it. Alan Clark very much seems like it. Mark Orphy very much seems like it. Johnny Nansen, I do think so. And I do think Sark chose Nansen over PK whenever he fired PK. And I can talk about more of that once we get further into the offseason and away from it. But I do think, I don't know. If they were going to fire Nansen or get rid of him, I think it would have happened already. But on the same note, you can't fire PK and Nansen because who the hell is calling the defense for the bowl game? Maybe something happens after the bowl game, but I do think he's probably back. It is interesting, though, because Muschamp most of the time has been the linebackers coach or the DBs coach when he's had the DC title. Rules have changed. Now you can have unlimited on-field coaches. That's why Pete Kwiatkowski went from being the DC and edge coach to just the DC, and that's how Alan Clark was brought on. But looks like he's just going to be DC. At safeties, we do think Travaris Robinson, who is at Georgia, is probably going to get that job. Still waiting to get a clear read on that, but I do think, the longer this goes on and Texas doesn't have a safeties coach, the more it points to, Texas and Robinson waiting for Georgia to be done in the playoffs. So, CB asked, weren't Muschamp and Orphy together at South Carolina? Yeah, when Muschamp was there, Mark Orphy was a GA, and then he later became like an analyst or something there. I'm almost positive. So, let's see. Antoine said, Jordan, why aren't you in Orlando? Eric got to ask the first question. I am not in Orlando because I'll be honest, I have no desire to ever go to Orlando the rest of my life. Had to go there like 2 or 3 times for my sister played like select volleyball growing up. So I like the Orlando Convention Center and the Disney wide world of sports. And then in like 5th or 6th grade, went there for spring break to go to Disney World. And I got like sick as hell. Probably the most ill I've ever felt in my life. I think it was food poisoning, really bad food poisoning. but I was stuck in the hotel for like 3 whole days while the rest of my family was enjoying Disney World, just going through it. So that is the main thing I associate with the city of Orlando. And with that said, I don't really want to go back. And also, I mean, hey,
you did an Under Armour All-American game or two, right?
No, I've actually never done that either. We're gonna have people down there, and from everyone I've heard that's covered that game and the game in San Antonio, I don't really have much of a desire to go. We should get some content from, folks from 24/7 in Orlando for both the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl and the Under Armour All-American game. I will be in San Antonio next week. I'm going to head down to Austin either on Saturday or Sunday, and then we'll be at check-in day for the Navy All-American Bowl on Monday. But yeah, so
pull up this comment from our boy Patrick here. I hope you never have. This is how that conversation is going to go. Not in this house.
No, I mean I know I have to go then, but
no, you
I don't know. Like I know Disney World is bigger. Is it more expensive than Disneyland, which is in LA? Because I'd rather be over there. We got Legoland out there in San Diego. We'll go check that out.
Legoland, fascinating. They have I will say Disneyland has or not Disneyland, but it's in LA. They have the Cars land or whatever. And I fuck with Cars. Cars was my shit growing up. So I would do the little Cars land, maybe the little Harry Potter world, but I don't think that's Disneyland. It's just whatever else is out there. I don't know.
Yeah, any 7-8-year-old boy in America, I fuck with Cars.
I fuck with Cars for real.
Yeah, no, I mean, man, to be honest, the entire All-American games, postseason games, have been ass lately because kids are now opting up or opting out. They don't want to play in it because they're going to do bowl practices, or they don't want to play in it because they're scared they'll get hurt. And then the seniors that show up don't want to get hurt, so they half-ass every route and look like dog shit, quite frankly. So, yeah, but on the flip side, it is fun because you get juniors in this game who get a really good shot to improve everything, whether it's their ranking, how much they're going to make in college, opportunities at like any agent worth a fuck is in San Antonio the entire week. So, a lot of opportunities for juniors, but as far as like the old traditional setup of it with seniors, a lot of that's gone. So yeah, let's see. Nick, I know you got to run.
I do,
but I got one thing for you.
Let's see it.
What do you think about Kyle Whittingham in Michigan? Because that happened since we last talked.
That is, I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet this last weekend, and it perfectly encapsulates my thoughts. It said, it was from a Utah fan, and it was saying Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan is like watching your parents. Yes. This is great. This is perfect. This is like watching your dad divorce your mom after 30 years and start dating a younger woman. Like, good for you, Dad, but also what the fuck, man?
Yeah,
it's weird. It is so strange. And like the video of him being like, "Hey, what's up, Michigan fans? I'm Kyle Whittingham." It doesn't even look right. It looks AI. Like it's
that $14 hat off Amazon, same day delivery.
I will say this: if Michigan was trying to go for the safe hire, no bullshit, all program guy, they couldn't have made a better hire at this point in the cycle, I think. But it's going to be strange. Kyle Whittingham to Michigan is like when the 8th grade math teacher gets fired for improprieties, and the principal has to come in and teach the final 9 weeks because they can't get anybody else to do it. But also he likes math. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I will say this one's good, but it's more like the mom divorcing the dad. He was kind of forced out. Some other good ones from message board geniuses. Rip apart all statue plans. This dude is a clown. And again, Utah made him step down. It's crazy that it takes 20 plus years for you to build all of this and you're willing to burn it all for a short stint at Michigan. Let's get Michigan on the schedule and kick Witt's ass.
Why do they care? Why do they care? Why do they care this much? That's crazy. Like Utah made him step down. Yeah.
So, in 2019, he's like, "Hey guys, I'm retiring soon. Morgan Scally, the DC, is my head coach in waiting." And then he didn't retire. And in 2021, allegedly, because I'm not going to get this correct, but Morgan Scalley on an email said like the N-word or some slur or something. I don't remember what it was. But after that happened, Utah had to be like, yeah, we're not suspending him. He's still going to coach and be the DC, but he's not the head coach in waiting anymore. And then 2 years later, they announced him head coach in waiting again. But again, it was 2019 whenever Whittingham said, hey, I'm retiring soon. This is the head coach in waiting. And he just kept coaching. And the reason, or kind of the catalyst, what sped this up and got him kind of pushed out is because Kalani Sitake looked like he was going to go to Penn State. BYU and Utah have this weird deal going on where like half their staff went to the other school or coached with the other school, and it goes both ways. So, I mean, Whittingham hired his DC. It was the BYU DC. But if BYU was going to open, their first call was very likely going to be Scalley. So Utah kind of was like, hey, Whittingham, you got to get out of here so we can make him the head coach so he doesn't become BYU's head coach. And this head coach in waiting that's been waiting for 6 years actually becomes the head coach. So that, to my understanding, is kind of what sped that all up with him getting forced out like he did.
Everyone wins. Everyone wins in my eyes.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't coach through the end of the season for Utah. Do you know?
No, he did. He definitely did.
Okay, got it. Because I thought it might have been like TCU and Gary Patterson. Like, hey, Gary, we love what you've done. This is your final year. You're going to resign and retire at the end of the year. And he's like, oh, you're firing me? Fuck you. And he walked out in like October or September.
Yeah.
And didn't coach the rest of the year. But
got to bounce out.
Yeah.
See you on Friday. And see you next year. We'll have some college football quarterfinals to talk about.
Yeah. Hey, how about Mr. G5? Real competitive. He didn't like that one. He did not like that one. But all right. Hey, if you got any questions, drop them in the chat because I will hit on them and then get out of here sooner than later. Cars Land is fire. Yeah. Let's see. Antoine said Bowl opt-out started with Leonard Fournette. It's just lame. Why is the guy with the 4th-round grade opting not to play football? Trey Moore, Gilbo, Burke. With Burke, I understand it. Trey Moore is like, brother, you are like a 6'1" linebacker that doesn't have crazy length or wingspan, laterally not very quick. Like, unless he tests out the ass, he's not going to get drafted. And also, like, you're drafting him to play off-ball linebacker when all of his best tape came off the edge, but he can't play edge in the NFL because he's 6'1" and 230 pounds. So Trey Moore, I mean, that one's a head-scratcher. But it does kind of make sense. Like, hey, if he's an off-ball backer, Anthony Hill's gone, Leonga Lafau's gone, they're playing a Michigan team that's going to run the shit out of the ball. If Michigan rushes for 250 yards and Trey Moore is playing backer, that makes him go from fringe draft guy to undraftable, regardless of testing. So I get it from that perspective. Now, Gilbo, on the other hand, he's not going to get drafted, but he played like 4 snaps for A&M, got benched. Kobe Black played. Cade Phillips played. If Gilbo, the same thing happened, which is what would have happened, and he only played 5 snaps versus Michigan, why the hell is the NFL going to want him if it's like, hey, you can't even start or play over freshmen in college? So I do think Gilbo wasn't going to play much anyways, but you can't get benched if you don't, if you opt out of the game. So I do think that's part of it. Let's see. Yeah, Antoine, Morgan Scalley, I don't know if that's what he said, but I do know he said like a slur of some sort or something derogatory that they had to put out like a press release and apologize for it. But I don't know. Well, I'll just look it up because I'm sure people are curious. Let's see. Suspension. Oh, he did get suspended. Oh, what the hell? Okay, per Wikipedia, as noted above, Scalley admitted in June 2020 that he used a racial slur in a text to a recruit in 2013 and was promptly suspended by the university. An investigation revealed that there were also 2 additional incidents where Scalley was accused of using racial stereotypes. He was reinstated to his position as defensive coordinator after an external review by the university, but was reported to have taken a significant pay cut in the initial offer from the university to be its head coach in waiting. Or this is not worded correctly. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it's not public what he texted or did, but so yeah, there it is. Who am I most excited to see from the All-American Bowl? I need to look at the roster. I'll try to name someone who didn't play in it last year, because there are a few of those guys, including your boy Jamarian. All right, what do we got here? Chris Henry's in it. I don't think he's showing up, though. Or Tristan Keys. Probably unlikely. Antoine, I'll answer your question after I finish this. Here's a look at kind of the roster. This one isn't official. We still don't have the official one. Ahmad Hudson out of Ruston is going to be awesome. Did someone say Cam Coleman to the portal? There it is. Cam Coleman intends to enter the portal per a source, according to Matt Zenitz. I'll hit on that in a sec. But regarding players, Ahmad Hudson, I'm excited to see him. Freak show, top-ranked tight end in 2027. Jamion Winfield, the one that got away from Texas. Curious to hear what he has to say about what happened with Texas. But, I mean, he's a monster. Excited to see him. Malachi Lee, excited to hear how close it was with him getting out of his paperwork going to Texas. He is going to stick with Michigan. That's official. Who else? Corey Daly, my nephew. I'm excited to see him. Come a long way. Been on him since his freshman year. Super lanky kid with a ton of potential. 4-sport star in high school. Baseball, basketball, track, football. Just great. Who else is on here? Tristan Keys, like I said, but I don't think he's supposed to show up. Joel Wyatt is pulling up. He is ending up at Tennessee or Vanderbilt. I can't remember. But is from Tennessee, is a two-way athlete. He's pretty much like Michael Terry on steroids, except he's way more physical and actually played defense in high school. Awesome prospect. Have no idea what he's going to play in college, but super fun. Joshua Samapele, this kid is awesome. I think 24/7 is the only site that has him as a 4-star or as a 5-star. 2027 kid. He's humongous, 6'9", 340, and is going to make $1 million+ as a true freshman. Schools love this kid. Braden Rouse, he ended up at Tennessee over Texas. It was really fun to watch and cover for the spring and summer. It does feel kind of down year over year. Let's see. Yeah, Sarad Baker. I didn't know Sarad Baker was playing in the game. That'll be fun. Obviously, tremendous playoff run from him in crazy junior year. But, all right, going to hit on these questions and comments. Jordan is Devin or Jordan Coleman a tackle? Jordan Coleman is a right tackle, jumbo guard. Devin is a guard. Regarding Cam Coleman, I want to make it very, very clear. I am not saying he's going to end up at Texas because I don't know where he's going to end up. But what I do know is Texas has had communication with him, his camp, I should say, definitely his camp, not him, because they can't do that. And, I mean, to be honest, a lot of America has had communication with his camp. They have been talking to people and getting offers for over a month now. They knew Hugh Freeze was going to get fired before it happened, just like everyone else did. So, with Coleman, you know, he's an immediate difference maker at Texas. There's no question about it. But he also might cost, $2 to $2.5 million. Is he worth that? If I'm Texas, would I pay it? Hell yeah, I'd pay it. But I'm not Brandon Harris. I'm not Steve Sarkisian. I don't have, those keys. And I also don't have the full context to what everyone else in the room is making. I can guarantee you Ryan Wingo is the highest paid player, and there's no way in hell he's making $2 million or more. I can tell you that. Probably somewhere between 1.1 and 1.5, but I wouldn't expect him to be higher than that. So with Cam Coleman, Texas is going to be mentioned in every story. That Longhorn logo is going to be on a lot of graphics. but there's not much I can say right now, not because I'm hiding anything, but because I haven't gotten enough intel that leads me to believe Texas is the leader or anything like that. They are going to be in the race and the running, just like they are with Nick Marsh, just like they will be if Ryan Williams goes in the portal, which is very possible. For everything that I've heard, Cam Coleman, Nick Marsh, Ryan Williams are the three, top receivers Texas has been in touch with, or has been in touch with their agent, their circle, whatever you want to call it. Because, again, they cannot directly talk to a player. It is kind of funny, though, real quick. Like Steve Sarkisian, let's say he wants Ryan Williams, right? He can't call Ryan Williams because that is a massive NCAA violation. But what is in rules or in line with the rules, he can call Ryan Williams' agent, and the agent is, the go-between. Or he calls Ryan Williams' agent, and that agent adds Ryan Williams to the call on a three-way call. That is legal. But Sark can't call him directly because that's illegal, right? Way to go, NCAA. Let's see. Tom Lloyd getting a lot of heat from Auburn fans. I don't know what this is about. Did he say something that he was staying or something? Let's see. Happy birthday, Sal. There you go. And I talked about it earlier. Caleb Hawkins from North Texas, I do think he's going to be an option, but Texas would much rather have a Jaden Baugh or an Isaac Brown. And those guys are going to be a similar price tag to Caleb Hawkins. They're going to want 2 running backs, but you don't pay – like if you're Texas, it financially is not possible to land 2 of the top 5, 2 of the top 6 running backs in the portal. So, yeah. And Marcus Freeman coming back. Not surprising at all. I don't think he would have taken the Giants job. I definitely wouldn't if I was him. But, yeah, let's see. That is pretty much all I got. Tomorrow I will be on probably with Wags. I need to double check with him first. And then we will be off. I believe it is Wednesday. Let me double check that. Yes. So we're going to have shows today, tomorrow. Wednesday is game day shows only. Pre-game with Bucky and BK, 11:30 to 1:30, and post-game with Zay and Rodney. We are off on Thursday, New Year's Day, and then we resume our regular schedule on Friday. So you'll see me tomorrow and on Friday. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great day, great Monday, and hopefully we get some more portal news. It's about the time where it's going to start going crazy. A lot of announcements are going to be made December 31st, January 1st, January 2nd. It, of course, opens January 2nd. And going to be a very busy month of January, not only for me, but, reporters, industry folks, staffers, recruiting staffers, all that. So getting around that time of the year. But nonetheless, peace. Y'all have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow.